Yeah, not for her.
Dr. Evans, I saw him here somewhere. I blinked and he disappeared.
Where? I'm in the proposed. Yes.
There he is. I said I blinked and you disappeared.
Lopez Mendez.
At this time, we provide 2 opportunities for members of the public to address the board on items not on the listed agenda. One at this point of the meeting and one at the end of the meeting. Ms. Ward, I think you just gave me all the additional speakers for public comment. We're going to start with the people on the blue sheet. Wendy Kissinger, Francine Maxwell, Linda Johnson, Sally Smith, Terry Cole, Christopher Bry. Are those individuals here? Please come forward. Someone please step up and... Linda, if you want to be first, please.
I'll speak
Yes,
first.
thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Johnson. My address is on record. I'm a relief custodian for the district. And I'm here on behalf of myself and one other custodian. He's a custodian at Morris High School. Gave me permission to bring this up. We are concerned about, a couple months ago you asked about the promotional issues, and we have tried to make an appointment to talk to you, and we've never been called back to set up an appointment. So we thought we'd bring it up today. We are concerned because myself, I've given some paperwork for you to look at. I have taken the BSS 1-2 test. They're on file here. And I have ranks from Pat Raymond. She gave me my ranks. They went from 1 to 9. The lowest, the 9, was because I took the test instead of being asked just to keep it. You know, if I was on the list, they said you didn't have to take it. Well, I didn't know at the time, so I took the test. So everybody above me were already on the list. We're concerned because there are spots that have been opened, and they're not using the list. There's a list still now in existence, but they're waiting to test again in September. We feel that they should use the people on the list, and you know, we're qualified, we've taken the test, we're in the top 5, 10 or whatever, but they are not using the list the proper way. They're waiting till they expire and then they take the test again and they get whoever they want. And it's not fair to the people who have taken the tests. And Daryl Johnson, is the other one that you do have a list on, and there is a question he asked me to bring to you. He's been a custodian with the district for over 20 years. He has a clean record. He's taken the test 23 times, and he's still waiting. He's been on 3 different lists, the BSS 1, 2, and senior crew leader. He's been qualified. We've both been qualified. I've been told by CSSs that I interview great, I do everything great. We're just at a standstill. Daryl has one question, and I'll bring it up. It's on this letter, but he wants to know, what do you do when your supervisor poisons your interviews and blocks your transfers with malicious and outright lies? So he would like that investigated and found out what he can do. And we would like to see something done about the list. We've already been notified that they want to test again for BSS 2, and it was told to ask to hold off until September, so they did extend our list till September 29th, but then, you know, what's going to happen? Are we going to have to take the test and go through this again and again and again? It's not fair. I know it's not fair because there are layoffs and that too, but, you know, we are still working. We're trying to improve ourselves. We need something to happen. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll follow with you, Superintendent. Thank you.
Francine Maxwell, my address is on file. I've just handed Mrs. Ward some papers to pass out. I'm here as a parent of a Morris senior and a Lincoln sophomore. I want to thank Dr. Morris for his fast response to the emails that I've sent him. Fabulous. He What he does should be a model for the whole district. I just wanted to bring forth the fact that I had 15 computers stolen. We did the change drive, so I wanted to make sure that we understand that although I have Dr. Morris and he has directed some people to check on it, things did not move like they were supposed to because those computers were insured and I should have had my computer. So I don't want to get caught up with my Prop S money at Morris. I want my computers from the ones that were stolen.
Okay.
I also want to remind the district to keep Morris in your privy. We have been in program improvement over 5 years. We cannot continue to have the changeover in leadership and begin new things, start new things, stop new things. Everything's not working. So let's just call it a day and let's start from scratch. We have new innovative ideas that we need to move my children forward. I understand special ed has a 3-year plan. The current students will not even participate in the 3-year plan. We need some dramatic things to happen this coming year with Morris, and I just need everybody involved. We have active parents, we have a parent liaison, we have a parent room. I would like for this board to begin to hold people accountable. I have a personal problem with all the power that you give principals, but we'll work through that. It's called cronyism. If I continue to not have people that are paid high, I have an ELAC person that's paid over $90K, but I have no ELAC. They've had not done the ELAC in over 2 years. Yes, you can fold it into the SSC and let them do your work, but the 2 years is over. So I need this board to hold people accountable that you go over to that school and you make sure that those parents have an ELAC and they're working. My other issue is the welcome. I know that this district, you have some fabulous staff, but the parents still don't feel welcome. And like I said, the principals have a lot of power. And if the principals aren't welcoming us, then of course, the cronyism, the staff will not welcome us. So I would like us all to get on one accord and agree that we want everyone to feel welcome. When they enter those gates, we want to see some like things. I can go to certain schools. My children don't go there, but I feel extremely welcome when I pull in the parking lot. I expect my parents at Morris and Lincoln to feel just as welcome as I do when I go to other campuses. So I would like us to begin to move the focus more on what you define as a welcoming spirit, because I know what I define as a welcoming spirit.
Okay, thank you.
Sally Smith, 3551 Lord Street, San Diego, California. I just want to comment that our curriculum office needs to look at courses that are our secret courses. Our students are being placed in courses that are not listed in a course catalog. I find students working in the office answering telephones. I ask them, what class are you in? They tell me they're in office monitoring, or I can't remember exactly the name of the class. And there's no curriculum, there's nothing. They're just wasting instructional time in an office, sitting there waiting until their next class. And we can't have dump classes. They're classes that parents don't even know their students are being placed into. The students don't know why they're in it. They just sit through that hour and learn nothing. And that's not the purpose of an education. We need to find good courses for these students. Courses need to be listed in the course curriculum, and parents should know what courses their kids are taking, what they're supposed to be learning. It states so in our parent handbook. Parents should have the curriculum available. What are the kids learning?
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Terry Coyle, 1330 Sunny Acres, Alpine. Good evening, Superintendent Greer, Board President Jackson, and the board. My position as the night part specialist has been eliminated, as you might know. I know of 4 or 5 letters sent to the board on my behalf. Please don't overlook the fact that mechanics went out of their way to write an email from home on my behalf. They're not in front of a computer all day. The most recent one you received summed up the problems with this decision. I have copies for the board, and Dr. Greer, I don't believe, was emailed. Mechanics are asking, why can't we keep our part specialist and forego one of the empty mechanic jobs? No one has an answer for them. The department is crying out to be heard. Why hire 7 mechanics and lay off their support system? It's like buying 30 buses and not having drivers or fuel for them. Since my position has been eliminated, I have saved half my take-home pay just keeping rough examples of my decision buying for the district. Just yesterday, I caught a $100 mistake. I have examples for you if you would like them sent to you. 18 million more bus miles a year, and purchasing small amounts of buses from 10 to 30 means many more parts needed and issued. The dealerships we do business with laughed when told of the plan to allow the mechanics near the parts room supplies in the parts. A mechanic, for the most part, is only concerned with getting their parts, putting them on their vehicle, and turning in their paperwork to get another job. They are under tremendous pressure to put out work. They don't always think of the accountability of the part or the cost. If 2 new tires aren't charged out, that's a $500 error. Since I was laid off or given notice 2 months ago, that's happened twice that I know of. This example has happened at least twice. It's no fairy tale to exclaim that the parts specialists keep district monetary losses down, probably to the tune of 2 times our salary. The district tried this in the 80s to disastrous results when there was 3 locations and 1 parts specialist. The district lost thousands of dollars monthly. I was told $30,000. I have no way to verify that. This is a colossal mistake. I doubt the situation of 1 specialist will last more than a month. I hope you can correct it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, board members and Superintendent Greer. My name is Christopher Bai. I reside at 8746 Via Diego Terrace in Lakeside. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I work for San Diego Unified School District in the Fleet Maintenance Garage. I come before you to speak about the pending layoff of the Knight Fleet Garage Parts Specialist. I urge you to reconsider your decision. It does not make sense to hire 7 mechanics, which we desperately need due to the workload, and then not have the parts person there to support them. Especially when that same specialist makes less than a mechanic does, substantially less. All accountability and fiscal control will go out the window. Safety will also be severely compromised. Only a person that works in the parts room on a full-time basis has the knowledge necessary to issue the correct part to the matching vehicle. I don't think it's been brought up before that there are many parts that are visibly identical externally, and internally they operate on many different parameters. Just a few examples of these that are highly safety conscious are brake valves and door valves on school buses. We also stock over 3,900 SKUs in our parts room. To expect a mechanic or someone that does not work in the parts room on a full-time basis to be able to find the parts and items they need in a quick and efficient manner is unrealistic. There is not a single repair facility of comparable size, either governmental or privately run, that would attempt to run a parts department without a full-time dedicated staff. The businesses I have contacted personally, called them myself, think that we're crazy to even attempt to do so. In closure, I would like to say that, in my professional opinion, retaining a Knight parts specialist is very important to the function of this facility. In the end, it would result in a more effective and efficient process of keeping the district vehicles operating safely. Thank you for your time. I suggest, if you can, you come and see how we work. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question before we leave.
Excuse me, sir. Very quickly.
If I might.
I'm sorry.
So, let's say that a mechanic is looking at a bus that has some kind of defect, and they say, okay, we need a part. Under the present plan, without this parts person, the mechanic, is this the way it works? I just want to know if this is how it's supposed to work. Is they supposed to go back into the parts storage area, pick out their parts, or do they look at the big manual which has all the parts in it and the parts numbers, and then go back and find the parts? Or do they rely currently? I don't care what they do. Currently, I'm assuming they say I need a part for this particular bus. It's a solenoid or a cylinder or whatever, and then the guy looks it up, and he's an expert on parts, so he says, "Oh yeah, I got one of those there back on that shelf back there. I remember putting it in when I received it." But if the new plan takes away that guy that goes from the catalog to the shelf,
Correct.
then is the proposal that the mechanics go back there themselves?
That's kind of a controversial issue. It depends on who you talk to.
Let me put it this way. Whether it's controversial or not, is that what management expects to happen?
That is what management expects to happen, yes.
Okay. And I can't remember in my whole lifetime, and I was in marketing and sales and inventory control, I can never remember when individuals would be able to go back and requisition things that they thought they needed and then find they were wrong, and then they didn't restock them, they just threw them away. So I don't see any efficiency in the plan the way you apparently are representing it.
They'll spend more time trying to find things
and if they get the wrong thing, they're not going to put it back because it's not their parts department. It's just their job to get the bus running.
Yeah, and every part has 5, 10 different names. Okay. They're all called different things.
Right.
And
so basically, you're saying that the plan not only causes a problem for the mechanics because they got to do things they didn't have to do before, but in addition to that, it creates a problem in getting the right part to the actual vehicle. In a way, that has to be a real safety issue, not just an economic issue.
Yes, just off the top of my head, a pressure protection valve. There's several different PSI operating.
All right.
That kind of thing.
Well, I understand what you're saying. And so then the recommendation came from people who are supposed to know about how to run this kind of organization, right?
I think they were put under the gun. They say, if you can do without this person or this person, who do you...
Well, in other words, they were told, cut your department, not do it logically.
Yes, correct.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
DeBeck, we were... There's
That's okay.
certain
I got my answer.
We will. Thank you. I'm going to call up 5 people, and then I have a group here from the Linda Vista Elementary. I'm going to call you that group up last, and you'll get a total of 15 minutes for your presentation because it's 13 legs, so you get like a minute or a little over a minute apiece, so you can prepare for that for the Linda Vista people. In the meantime, we'll have Cecil Stepp, Rudolph Johnson, Sherry Johnson, Bruce McGurr, and Cindy Martin.
Good afternoon, President Jackson, members of the board, superintendent. My name is Cecil Stepp, the director of I'm the chairman of the board. I've been here so many times I'm starting to think I am the director. But I'm here today because we have just discovered that your plans to bring on the portable units to our campus is going to take place next month. I have delivered to each of you yesterday a document where I have met along with Bud Meehan, with Dr. Koba to really talk about some alternative ways of doing business. I'm sure you've not had a chance to read that. But what we're outlining for you is that there are better ways of doing it than to take up some of the ground that we use now for our recreation as well as our future. We're asking you to consider population coming in September. You have space on their property that you plan to build in the future, and that may be a year or two from now. We're asking you to consider moving those portables on MTM's property. You will be in a position when you do get the funds or decide to build to be able to move them in the same fashion that you say you would be able to move them from our properties. We're asking you in that way. That would allow us to go ahead and really take on the issue of preparing for our high school edition. As you have reminded us over and over, we are moving toward 9 through 12 from 6 through 9. This will allow us to continue our planning and our movement forward because we too have some dreams about what we want our property to look like. And so I'm asking you, please, don't move this quickly. Give us the opportunity, as we say in our letter to you, to discuss it with you. But if you have to do it, please use MTM properties rather than ours.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Mallory Johnson. I am a parent of a student athlete in San Diego County. I am also a former social worker of the County of San Diego for many, many years, Child Protective Services. I am here to address some issues that we have had concerning the California Interscholastic Federation, CIF. I'm speaking not only on behalf of my child, but I'm speaking on behalf of all student athletes, particularly those who do not have parents and family members who are knowledgeable and have the education and wherewithal that our family has regarding our civil rights afforded to us by the state of California. The student athletes have a right to aspire to play high school, college, as well as professional sports without it being viewed as manipulative, which is CIF's position for the most part. It appears to be the rule of CIF that every request of waiver or transfer of eligibility is an attempt by the school, the student, or the parent to undermine CIF rules, and this should be the exception to the rule and not the rule itself. They have, in my experience, very FBI investigative tactics that are intimidating and manipulative, and they are willing to violate confidentiality laws and civil rights to win at all costs, and not in consideration of what's in the best interest of students. And this has been my experience. I just would like you all as a board to take a closer look at this entity that is gone out of control.
Thank you.
May I? Excuse me before the lady leaves. I'm sorry I don't remember your name, but
Cheryl.
CIF is not really within the power of this school district itself. It's a collaboration of a group of school districts, and they have, appointed or elected, I can't remember, representatives from different districts to serve on their panel of decision makers. I'll put it that way. I don't know whether it's a board or how they do it. I'm trying to put in perspective what you want us to do, because one way would be for us to say, well, wait a minute, we don't agree with CIF setting rules for our kids, and we'll this is a hardcore approach is, well, we got enough schools that we could set up our own athletic leagues and run our own rules. That would be one argument. Another argument would be, well, we need to pressure them to come about with being more responsive to issues like you're raising. I really don't know what you're advocating other than you're just telling us we have a problem with CIF. Well, and I'm aware of some of their rulings that I've never agreed altogether with, but I don't know that I have a whole lot to say about those, since it's a decision made by more than one school district together. It's like I'll call it a consortium of school district athletic directors who will make decisions that they think are in the best interest of eligibility. And the two major ones are, we don't want you stealing our kids because they're good, so if this kid's real good, we don't want you recruiting them from X school to Y school in another district because that's not fair. Or we don't want you to have any kind of way of influencing a kid to come to your team so you'll be a winner. All those are arguments that I've heard regularly over the 20 years I've been around here. But the one argument I haven't really heard is, or any solution other than they're unfair. You know what I mean? And the people that are saying they're unfair are usually the ones, and I don't want to categorize you, are usually the ones where the kids were ruled against. I've seen some decisions that I didn't agree with where the kids were agreed what they asked for happens. So I don't think they blanketly refuse waivers. But maybe you could document that better for me. I certainly appreciate it.
Okay, I'd like to respond. What I'm addressing more so is abuse of power, and I would assume that if you guys are in collaborative, in any way collaborating with this agency, that you have some area of control. Of course, we are not pleased with the results, and we have not exhausted all possibility. But the reality of it doesn't matter what happens. We will continue to fight on behalf of every child, and we feel like the board should take that into consideration. You want me?
What I was
Okay.
getting at was I'd like to have, not only while you're fighting that battle with CIF, I'd like you to copy the board about what your arguments are. We may or may not agree with you.
Superintendent has it.
But
He
we
can
do
share it
need
with
to
us.
have that kind of feedback
Well,
from you.
can I also just kind of get my basic understanding of how CIF operates? Because
Sure.
the body itself is not sure how they operate. The body itself is supposed to be the schools that are associated, that pay the fees. That's my understanding of CIF. However, the body itself does not know that they are the overseers of CIF. They are the ones who control CIF, and they are intimidated by CIF. And I don't even think they recognize that their power. I know the school that we're associated, they didn't understand that there wasn't any overseer. So the body itself is allegedly the overseer, yet the CIF is able to retaliate if they then find that. Now, there's no, I don't have a foundation for that, but I'm assuming that if you don't have an overseer and your body believes that you are the God, that they are not apt to complain or to bring charges against you if they think that you're going to retaliate against their school in some way. So that's the sense that I'm getting. This is just what I've investigated.
We will take that in consideration.
Okay.
Could the next speaker please come
Okay,
up?
thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I'm Rudolph Johnson III. I'm the president and CEO of the Neighborhood House Association, but today I'm a parent, speaking on behalf of the affiliation with CIF. Now, I do want to address some of your questions and concerns, because I have the same concerns and questions. Number one, I'm a tax-paying citizen. I feed into the tax basin at the state level, which fuels school districts locally, including San Diego Unified School District, that pays membership dues to be affiliated with CIF, which is this out-of-control governing body of sports, not only in the San Diego Unified School District, but throughout the county. So it's taxation without representation. You do have a couple representatives, by the way, that sit on that body. I can't today name that tune for you, but I know it's at least two of them. And I can tell you they have a very closed system. There are processes by which you go and petition for eligibility and transferability and things of that nature is heard at one level, Tier 1. Some of those people that hear it at Tier 1 also participate at Tier 2, which is the appellate level. Those folks at Tier 2 are also part of Tier 3, which is the state level. So you're appealing to the same body of individuals that denied you at Tier 1. So I come back to, look at your affiliation with CIF. Because as taxpayers, and I'm just one man in the mirror, it may be thousands of parents out there, don't feel like we're getting a fair shake in the process, and I can't continue to contribute to the tax basin knowing that some of those dollars triculate to CIF without having an open, fair, honest, public system. And I will continue to fight for that.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of an appeal process, but it's not about our child. It's about the thousands of other children behind us that will come through a closed system that you're affiliated with. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your comment. I wish I had the right to choose where my tax dollars went to. Okay. But anyway, the other piece I'd say, I can name one of our reps is Bruce Ward, and there's some principal in the district that's another one of the CIF or delegates from us. And I think your concern should be heard by them. But I have to say, as being around here for 20 years, and even before that as a part of the district, that what you're describing is something like what I'd call an old boys network, where there is maybe some need for looking at how they make their decisions. And I guarantee that I'll continue to ask questions.
Madam President, if I could just say one more thing.
Very briefly, because I want to allow
there's no
the
cultural competency in those processes either.
And we'll work on that. Okay, but we have two other speakers before the Linda Vista people come up. That was Bruce McGurr and Cindy Martin.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Martin. I'm the principal at Central Elementary. We have 1,000 children at our school, and I want to talk about the opening of the school year when our parents come and register. And I don't remember the name of the first woman who spoke tonight about having a welcoming school office and what school looks like when children arrive and parents arrive. It's really important that we have staff in our office at the opening of the school year who know the community and know the families when they come in, because that makes the opening of the school year feel very welcoming. And we take great pride in our school, and as do some of my principal colleagues, in having a very welcoming opening when parents come in. I believe I couldn't figure out where you're voting on this tonight or making a decision, but I believe there's a decision that you need to make that might impact our ability to very warmly welcome our community at the beginning of the year. It has to do with the classified bumping, that the classified staff, there's going to be a large bumping that's going to take place, and I would respectfully ask that you wait to do the bumping until after the beginning of the school year, so that when our families come and register their children, if any of the front office staff is going to be moved, there will be at least people that you recognize when you come in at the beginning of the school year. So if it's a decision before school starts or after school begins, to wait till after school, that would help us have warm staff to welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Bruce McGurr, the Director of the Administrators Association. I concur if there is bumping or movement to be made, if we could postpone that till after the beginning of the school year. I realize there are contract issues involved, but with all of the new principals, with the dozens of new principal assignments, it would be very difficult to open a school without someone who was knowledgeable of all the procedures to do the PeopleSoft orders, last-minute orders, to do the Zangle enrollments and so forth. And so if there's a way to postpone that, I know we can't eliminate it, but we will eventually face bumping. If that's possible, it would certainly make it easier on all of the principals, particularly the new principals at their new assignments. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Kevin Carlin, who's on the blue sheet, and I'm going to call the whole Linda Vista group up, and you will get a total of 15 minutes. I know that puts us over our time, but thank you for your patience. Sylvia Marcelno, I think it is, Elvita Gonzalez, Emma Resendez, Jose Villegas, Ars Cruz, Martha Pena, Francisco Pena, Annabelle Hueco, Alfredo Marcinio, Marcinio, Christina Pinalazara, and look like Nadia, Madrid, Angela, Grizito, and Marcela Rodriguez. Should be about 13 people coming up here. You can go ahead and get started for your 3 minutes. Excuse me, Kevin. You can have your 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, President Jackson, members of the board, Dr. Greer. I'm Kevin Carlin, 4452 Park Boulevard in Neighbors, right down the streets where my office is. I was here, as you recall, on the 23rd of June to register my client, Pete Spencer and Audio Associates' objections to the award of contracts under the CMAS for the integrated whiteboard and multimedia systems. Since that time, we've been provided with additional documentation. And let me make it very, very clear. Pete Spencer and Audio Associates did not and could not bid on that contract. And so it's not that we're attempting to we did contend in our position on the 23rd that the school district was not authorized by statute to award those contracts. I come before you more on a policy decision tonight in the interest of many of the comments I heard earlier tonight were all about dollars. After these contracts were awarded, we received the copies of the actual proposals. Prior to award, our public records request was refused. So we did not know the magnitude of the dollars that were being proposed by the various bidders. What I've done for you tonight in the correspondence I've submitted is summarized the bids. And basically there were 7 bids ranging between $93 million and $182 million. What the school board did was they awarded this contract to the 2 highest bidders. They awarded a contract for $166 million and $170 million, and they rejected the contracts of the lowest bidders, which was $93 million. Notwithstanding the fact that attached as Exhibit A are the evaluations that the district's own evaluators gave, the lowest bidder was the second highest rated bidder, but yet its bid was rejected. there's a delta there of $73 million between the lowest bid, CCS Presentation, and the first highest bidder, Vector Resources, at $166 million. These are all unit price contracts. And the other thing that's interesting for the board is these are all contracts that are on an as-required basis. So the school board does not need to go forward with the award of all $166 million. They can basically look at the proposals and say, wait a minute, staff, you need to go back, and you should have advised us. You should have given us the information, because you weren't told about this bid spread. You were never given an abstract of bids. You were never told that you had the right to reject all bids and put this back out on the street. Basically, this is information. Attached as Exhibit B is the staff's recommendation to you, and the recommendation only addressed the award to the second and third highest bidders. And so really I come before you today as more of a concerned taxpayer. We'll address the legal concerns in a different venue, but today is more of a question as far as the prudent expenditure of funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, from the Linda Vista Group, I apologize for your names that I might have butchered, but we can get started. We'll have a total of 15 minutes, so please come forward for the whole group.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marta Peña.
Good afternoon. She's stating her name. I'll do it in first person singular.
Les doy las gracias de parte de la comunidad de Linda Vista por atendernos.
She wants to thank all of you for attending, all of the community, Linda Vista community people that are here.
Nuestro principal objetivo de estar aquí es para pedir apoyo para nuestra escuela y nuestros niños.
Their main objective is here to have support for the children and for their school.
Me preocupan las necesidades que tenemos en nuestra escuela y la comunidad.
I worry about the needs of the community and especially the school.
Tengo conocimiento que en nuestra escuela, desafortunadamente, somos una escuela de baja puntuación.
I'm cognizant that our school, unfortunately, is a school that has low points.
Por eso vengo a pedirles en nombre de los padres de familia y nuestros maestros.
Therefore, I come in the name of the parents and teachers. I want to make a petition.
Que podemos reducir nuestros salones de clase porque siempre exceden las expectativas y los niños al inicio del año escolar.
That they can reduce the number of students in their classes, because at the very beginning of the school year that may happen because of the enrollment.
Así para que los niños tengan un mejor aprovechamiento en su aprendizaje.
So they may have a better advancement in their classes, the children.
Todos nuestros padres están preocupados que desafortunadamente nosotros somos una de las escuelas que va a tener un gran impacto porque nos van a reducir 5 maestros.
All the parents are worried because the school will have an impact because excuse me, there will be a reduction in the teachers. About five teachers will be reduced.
Y sabemos que otras escuelas están peor que nosotros, pero estamos pidiendo el apoyo porque esos maestros, en especial la maestra Flores, la maestra Patois y parte del equipo de esos 5 maestros que desafortunadamente no hay presupuesto para que se queden a trabajar con nosotros.
Unfortunately, some of the schools are in worse conditions. But in our case, in our special case, there are teachers that merit to stay in the school, and she named 3 or 4 teachers that especially want to be in that situation.
Son maestros que han sacrificado de su tiempo personal.
These teachers have sacrificed their own personal time.
En vacaciones, en horas después de clase.
In their vacation, after school hours, that they have done that.
Que nos dan indicaciones específicas para nuestros hijos para poderlos adelantar y cumplir las metas a final de año.
And they give special instructions to their students so that they can fulfill their goals at the end of the year.
Y eso nos ha funcionado años anteriores porque hemos alcanzado metas con los niños que han tenido problemas en su aprendizaje.
Those things have worked well within the years because they have advanced, and especially for the children that have problems with their learning.
He sido voluntaria desde que hace 3 años en la escuela y me he involucrado en lo que he podido para conocer mi escuela y las necesidades que tenemos.
She has been a volunteer for the last 3 years, and she's very involved to know all of the needs and to give the support to the children.
Incluso los maestros bilingües han puesto de su propio dinero, de su bolsillo, para brindar materiales para nuestros niños.
The bilingual teachers have spent out of their own money for materials, school materials, so that they can advance the children that they teach to.
Y me preocupa que ahora, al finalizar el año, sabemos que se nos van a ir 5 maestros y que nos hacen falta en nuestra escuela.
So I worry that at the end of this year, 5 teachers will leave the school, and they are very much needed at our school.
Y gracias por su atención y espero que nos escuchen
Thank you for your attention, and I hope that you listen to us
en nuestras peticiones.
in our petition.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Emma Resendiz.
She's stating her name again in the same format, pronoun.
Yo, como otros padres de familia, me preocupa el aprendizaje de los niños.
As other parents, I'm worried about the learning of my children.
Por eso estoy aquí para apoyar a nuestros maestros,
That's one of the reasons why I'm here, to support our teachers,
que son parte de una estructura que se ha construido con esfuerzo año tras año,
which form a part of a structure that has been constructed over the years
para beneficios de nuestros niños de la escuela Linda Vista.
to benefit our children at the Linda Vista School.
Porque los niños tienen que ser afectados de esta manera,
Because the children will be affected in this way,
quitando maestros que se necesitan
by eliminating teachers that are needed at school
y también para el apoyo de la comunidad.
and to support for the community.
Y nos regalan de su tiempo personal para el crecimiento de nuestros niños.
They give us part of their time, they render their time for the support of our children.
Ellos siempre están ahí brindándonos
They're always there for us, giving their support,
estrategias específicas
strategies, specific strategies for our children in their studies.
En especial nos referimos a Mrs. Marisa Flores
And she will specially refer to Mrs. Marisa Flores. ¿Quién más?
y Mrs. Patois.
And Mrs. Patoa.
Muchas gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you for listening to us.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Arce Cruz.
She's stating her name, Arce Cruz.
A mí me preocupa la educación de mis hijos y entiendo que el distrito está en crisis.
She worries about the education of her children, and she understands that there's a crisis regarding the budget at the district.
Pero aumentar los alumnos en los salones no es la solución.
But to increase the number of students per room is not the solution.
Mis hijos asisten a la escuela de Linda Vista,
Her students go to Linda Vista School,
donde este año se han descansado 5 maestros.
where 5 teachers have been laid off.
Debido a estos cambios, los maestros afectando a los trabajadores.
Due to these facts, the teachers that have been affected
Han trabajado en esta escuela 7 años o más
these teachers have worked in this school for the last 7 years or more.
y son parte de la comunidad y para muchos de nosotros son como de la familia,
And they form a part of the community, and for most of us, they are like family,
en especial Miss Flores y Miss Patoa.
especially the 2 teachers that have been named, Ms. Flores and Ms. Padua.
Ellos se van. Esto afecta el aprendizaje de mis hijos,
This will have an impact and affect the children's learning,
porque no solo van a recibir menos educación,
because not only they will receive less education,
sino al principio del año cuando lleguen más alumnos
but at the beginning of the new year, when more students register
a inscribirse a la escuela,
que a inscribirse a la escuela tendrán que contratar a maestros nuevos
The district will have to hire new teachers because of the increase in students
que no conocen a nuestros niños.
that will not know personally our children.
¿Y por qué descansar algo que está funcionando? ¿Por qué deshacer de algo que está funcionando bien?
Why eliminate something that is functioning quite well?
Si al principio del año se van a contratar más maestros.
If at the beginning of the year you will have to contract new teachers.
Gracias por escucharnos y esperemos nos entiendan.
Thank you for listening to us, and we hope you understand our plea.
Good afternoon. My name is Francisco Peña, and I am a parent in Linda Vista Elementary School. And I am here on behalf of all of the parents and students at Linda Vista Elementary. The parents and students want you to know the impact that is felt by accessing 5 teachers who have worked in Linda Vista for the past 7 years. Our school is comprised of 90% English language learners. We rely on our teachers, especially our bilingual teachers, to be part of the foundation of our school. They form an important part of the lines of communications, encouragement for the students no longer in their classes, PTSO, and school spirit. They do all this while providing our children with rigorous academic environment, which enables them to grow year after year. We believe community is an important ingredient to a successful school. There is currently a plan for these teachers who are part of this important foundation of success to be sent to another school in the fall. Linda Vista will probably acquire other excess teachers after their departure. We always do. The projected numbers of students provided by the school district in June is always lower than the actual number of students. We realize there is a monetary crisis in our schools and the state of California, but we believe the shifting of teachers from one school to another is not going to solve this crisis. What it will do is make our school less successful because it is breaking a collaborative system that is currently in place. We want our children to remain united as a functioning team to support the families and students who attend Linda Vista from kindergarten to the 5th grade. We need to be united so we can show our newcomers the Linda Vista way, the Dolphin Pride. We are a family, and we believe for the success of our children, and we need to remain united. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there others for the Linda Vista? Okay. Thank you. That concludes our public comments for this time. We will now... Yes, I'm sorry. Superintendent Greer.
Thank you, President Jackson. I usually don't do this, but given the magnitude of the allegation that one of our speakers made towards accepting bids on technology, I do think it's important for the board to point out to the board, and the staff could come forward and answer questions if you would like. The analysis that was offered tonight is not accurate in that different companies bid on different pieces of that project, and by adding all of those together, I think gives a false interpretation of how that bid process worked. And I see Daryl nodding his head up and down, and Stuart, but if you don't need any further explanation, we won't. But I just thought...
I think we do, and I'll ask the public's indulgence for going to the next item, because looking at this, I have several questions and concerns.
Well, the staff has, since it's been broadcast, the staff at least have a right to respond.
Exactly, yes.
I don't know that it says it.
Good evening. I'd like to thank Mr. Carlin for taking time out of his busy schedule to come here and take on the interests of the community. However, I don't agree with his assessment of the contract award or how the process went, or even the rules. The two contracts applied to Vector and Logical Choice. These were CMAS contracts. We could have picked either one of them right off the CMAS award list, or the list of eligible vendors. The district competed those on top of that. So we did more than we were required to get this.
Can you explain what CMAS is?
This is the California Multiple Award Schedule. It's a list of vendors that are authorized by the state of California to provide services that have been competed already by the state and determined eligible and qualified to do this work. It's a best value contract. Only Vector and Logical Choice were certified to install these systems based on the CMAS requirements. The prices were...
excuse me, Stuart. Sir, Mark has asked me, as our attorney, just to try to keep this very brief because it's a legal issue. We just wanted a very brief overview because, again, when you start making those kind of allegations publicly, I want the public to understand that we've done our due diligence, but it is a legal matter, as Mark has suggested.
If it's a legal matter, then please be very
well.
brief.
I'd just like to assure the board, though, one comment that we did more due diligence on this award package than on any other we've done in the past.
So, simply put, the bid amounts are varied according to the kinds of things they bid on. Rather than being a simple competitive bid, the numbers that are listed on this sheet that we got from the complainant range from $93 million to $182 million, but the products that we were buying under those different contracts would be a different quantity and amount.
Yeah, and I think that there's
That's all I need to know. I don't want to go into little this or little that.
Just one thing to add to this. This is for 1 year, not for the 5 years. And that you as a board only approved $25 million for each of those vendors, not this total amount. So we'll be going back out.
We will.
Okay.
Continue this at a different time.
That's all I know.
Okay.
Apples and apples.
I'm going to call this meeting to order with all of the board members present. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sure about the indivisibility, but that's okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sheila Jackson, President of the Board. I would like to welcome all present today and call the July 14th regular meeting to order with all board members present. We hope the discussions and decisions you observe today will give you a better understanding and appreciation of the important part you play in setting the course of education in San Diego Unified School District. Agendas for today's meeting are available at both entryways to the auditorium, at the informational desk located in the press table, and on the internet at www.sandy.net. In addition, the broadcast of our meeting is on ITV, and the live webcast we're using Board Docs, the web-based program to enhance governance, reduce my paper that we generate, and provide for better communications with the public. The board requests that those individuals with pagers and cell phones please place them on the off position or put them on silent while you're in the auditorium, and during meetings, please enter and exit during the door at the back or the door to the left in front of the press table. The board asks your cooperation complying with the fire code, which does not allow standing in the back of the room or in the aisles. We ask that everyone is seated. Thank you. The board welcomes your comments in writing and during public testimony. Public testimony request forms are located on the tables to my right inside the front and back entrances to the auditorium. The board asks that speakers focus their comments on issues and not on individuals. Acceptance of public testimony request forms are closed as each agenda item is called and our discussion begins. Board members and superintendent are interested in your comments, and staff will be responding to the issues we hear today. If you wish to address the board today, your name is not on the blue sheet, and you have not submitted a request form, please complete the request form and submit it to Ms. Ward. Speakers on agenda items are called to speak during the discussion of an agenda item. Agenda items are limited to a maximum of 20 minutes per consent and or action item, allowing a maximum of 10 minutes per opposing viewpoint and a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. No deferral time is allowed. Non-agenda items was heard at 5 p.m. and will be heard again at the end of our meeting. Testimonies are limited maximum of 15 minutes per item and or 3 minutes per speaker. No deferral time is allowed. The board operates under Robert's Rules of Order, which confer upon the governing body and the audience participation in a civil and courteous manner. At this time, Ms. Nakamura will introduce our special guest today.
Yes, the Language Academy is a very special K-8 school within District B that I've known about for some time. I considered sending my own children there, and part of me regrets that I didn't. But I have on several occasions spoken at their commencement ceremonies, and their promotion ceremonies, and it's always a pleasure. But this year I was planning on speaking, and I am not able to attend. So, unfortunately, because we scheduled another board meeting. So when they asked me to, if I had any ideas for our K-8 schools that we could have come, speak or present, schools that are year-round schools, rather, the Language Academy came immediately to mind, and it's my pleasure that not only do I get to hear these speeches this year, but the board will hear these speeches. I'd also like to make the point, before I introduce the principal and the teacher of these fine young students, that there has been a proposal that Language Academy go back to being a K-6 or a K-5, and that it be moved, that the middle school aspect of this school be moved to another part of the district. I just want to point out that would be a tremendous mistake on the part of this board, in my humble opinion, and I offer these students as evidence as to why that would be a very poor idea. So with that, Veronica Lopez Mendez and Rebecca Lugo. Rebecca Lugo is a teacher. Veronica, Ms. Lopez Mendez is the principal. And I'd like to point out that they spelled all of your names correctly, but they misspelled mine. So, at any rate. So, with that, Ms. Lugo.
Thank you, members of the board, Ms. Nakamura, Madam President, for allowing us to show you what we are doing at the Language Academy. My name is Rebecca Lugo, and I'm one of the teachers that helps prepare our 8th graders for their exhibitions. The portfolio and the exhibition show the hard work that our students put into becoming bilingual and biliterate, comprising 2 compositions in English and 2 compositions in their target language, either Spanish or French. First, LaKendra Palmer will be giving her introduction in Spanish to her exhibition, and Giancarlo Naranjo will present his in French.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is LaKendra Palmer, and I'll be presenting my introduction. En los 9 años que he estado en la Academia de Idiomas, tuve muchas experiencias. Unas malas, pero unas buenas también. Pienso que el mejor año fue sexto, porque fue cuando empecé nuevas relaciones con maestros y personas que ni conocía.
She's so good, our translator thinks he needs to be here to translate, but she's not.
Okay.
We don't actually need a translator. I guess we do. Well, maybe we do. I don't,
I was with the people from Linda Vista.
Okay. Well, this one is... This is how good this school is, folks, okay?
Okay. Quiero dar gracias a mi mamá, mi hermana y toda mi familia por apoyarme en todo lo que hago. Pero más importante, Dios, porque si no tenía una relación con Él, no estaría donde estoy hoy. Todos mis maestros me han influenciado, pero más específicamente, señor Morales. Señor Morales fue mi maestro del primer grado. Me ha conocido como la niña sin dientes hasta la mujer exitosa y bien obstinada que hoy soy. También quiero dar gracias a señor Morales por haber tolerado todas las cosas que hice en el pasado. Una memoria que tengo fue cuando Devin y yo siempre tratábamos de robar las llaves de señor Morales de su bolsillo y se enojaba, pero se enojaba con nosotros, pero nunca nos castigaba. Una de las experiencias que nunca voy a olvidar fue este año, cuando vino un paramédico y nos enseñó las cosas que pueden pasar cuando consumes alcohol y te pones a manejar un carro. Eso sí me afectó, pero la cosa que más me afectó de la presentación fue cuando nos dijo que fue a ayudar a alguien y recibió una llamada que su hija había sido violada y estaba muerta. Tengo muchos amigos en esta escuela, pero las niñas en que puedo en que puedo confiar son Montserrat Portillo, Mónica Anaya, Larissa Rodriguez, Andrea Villa y Jitori Jones. Monte y Mónica son mis mejores amigas. Les digo todo. Francamente no puedo poner en palabras la relación que tengo con estas dos niñas. Larissa, aunque algunas veces puede ser un molesto, ella siempre estaba allí cuando necesitaba hablar de mis problemas o lo que sea. Andrea, ella fue mi mejor amiga en sexto grado. Y aunque ya no somos amigos, eso no cambió nuestra relación. Jitori, aunque le tengo que tratar como mi hija, tenemos una conexión especial y nunca la voy a olvidar. Honestamente, las conexiones que tengo con todos mis compañeros no son algo que puedes obtener en unos cuantos años. Son algo que se desarrolla por las experiencias malas y buenas, y no puedes cuantificar esto. El obstáculo que tuve que sobrepasar para ser una estudiante exitosa fue controlar las actividades que hago durante la semana y el fin de semana, porque no completaría mis trabajos y eso bajaba mis calificaciones. Otro desafío fue hablar español en lugares que no fueran la escuela, pero ahora hablo con mi hermana y unos de mis amigos, y me da la habilidad de practicar las cosas que he aprendido en el mundo real. Lo que quiero hacer con mi educación bilingüe es usarlo en cualquier empleo que me encuentre. Pienso que ser bilingüe es algo que muchas personas logran, pero solamente unos tienen éxito en el idioma. Y esas personas son los estudiantes que van a la Academia de Idiomas. Cuando me gradúe de la Academia de Idiomas, voy a entrar a un nuevo mundo con habilidades y más oportunidades extraordinarias. Y estoy bien agradecida por haber asistido a esta escuela y por las experiencias que tuve y nunca las voy a olvidar. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Hello, my name is Giancarlo Naranjo, and I will also be presenting my introduction.
You need to speak up a little.
My name is Giancarlo Naranjo, and I will also be presenting my introduction. Les États-Unis et la France. Quelle est la différence? La différence, c'est la langue. Ici, aux États-Unis, presque tout le monde parle l'anglais. Et là-bas en France, presque tout le monde parle le français. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ça veut dire que très peu de personnes ici aux États-Unis parlent le français. Je suis très content que l'Académie des langues m'a donné l'opportunité de pouvoir parler le français. Quand on commence à apprendre une autre langue, dans mon cas le français, on peut être se demander comment est-ce que ça va m'aider dans la vie. Mais quand nous grandissons, on réalise l'importance de pouvoir savoir une autre langue. Je me souviens le premier jour de la maternelle, quand j'étais en train de pleurer en disant à mon père, ne me laisse pas, ne me laisse pas. Mais après de pleurer, comme pour 5 minutes, j'ai regardé qui était derrière moi, et ce n'était plus mon père, sinon Miss Peggy. Après 5 ans d'être sous la protection de mes parents, c'était réellement mon premier jour seul. Depuis ce jour, j'assiste à l'Académie des langues. Je veux remercier à Madame Lugo qui m'a aidé avec l'organisation, l'anglais et l'histoire, parce que sans l'organisation, je serais un complet désastre. Aussi, je veux remercier à notre professeur, Madame Hirsch, qui m'a aidé avec l'algèbre et le français. Je veux remercier à tous mes maîtres et maîtresses qui m'ont enseigné dans cette école, parce que cette école et tous les maîtres et maîtresses dedans ont aidé pour moi à être qui je suis aujourd'hui. I thank you for listening to our presentations. Je vous remercie d'écouter notre présentation. Les agradezco de escuchar nuestras presentaciones. Gracias.
All right, you two. We will move on.
I used up our two French words.
Yeah, we will move on to Section C of our agenda, which is report of closed session actions and superintendent's information report. Dr. Greer, please do both CO1 and CO2, please.
Thank you, President Jackson. Tonight, the board on a 5-0 vote elected Elizabeth Ballard as the principal of Bay Park Elementary School, Leslie Barnes as principal of Cadman Elementary School, Caroline Bouguet as Rosa Park Elementary School's principal, Mary Catherine Calalingo as Vista Grande Elementary School's principal, Samuel Coleman as a program manager in special education, Peggy Crane as principal, Miramar Ranch Elementary School, Ted Daughtry as manager maintenance services, Bruce Ferguson, principal, Green Elementary School, Vicki Hinton as program manager monitoring of from Teacher Bell Middle School to program manager program monitoring, Fred Hilgers as principal, Mission Bay High School, Patty McIntyre principal, iHigh Virtual Academy, Kimberly Ming as principal, Orlando Park Elementary School, Stacy Montreal as principal, Marshall Elementary School, Robert Morris as principal of the TRACE program, Anna Shapiro, principal at Lincoln High School, Karen Williams as outreach program manager. That completes the personnel actions that the board engaged in closed session. In terms of reporting, we are still very busy monitoring the state budget negotiations. As you know, we still do not have a state budget. The Big Five met this afternoon to discuss education and Proposition 98 suspension, which has us all worried. As you know, the board has been lobbying along with staff and others in our education community against suspending Prop 98. President Jackson and I sent a letter last week opposing the suspension. In addition, we are still working to secure approval of a suspension of penalties up to a 24-to-1 class size ratio as part of the budget agreement. And we've been working very, very hard, as you know, in keeping with board direction on becoming a greener school district. And we're very pleased to report that on July the 22nd, our Air Resource Board, Supervisor Ron Roberts and others will be meeting at our Transportation Center to announce a grant award to the district and to salute us in continuing work on clean diesel buses. This agency will be announcing a grant from the federal stimulus funding to continue installing systems that clean up emissions on our buses. As you know, we already have a large number of our buses that have those traps, and we are very proud of the work that we're doing there. That completes my report, President Jackson.
Thank you very much. I'd like to adopt the agenda at this time.
So moved.
Okay, second, please.
Second.
Please vote. Thank you. We move on to the board consent agenda. We do have speakers on item EO2, so we can't do one motion. So for EO1, can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
On item EO2, we have 3 speakers. But could we get a motion for that item, please?
So moved. Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. We have 3 speakers. We have Joni Collins, Lance Wren, Ethel Larkin, and then we'll have board member comments.
My name is Lance Wren. I am the CSEA Vice President for Custodial, 4166 Euclid Avenue. We ask for your support in retaining Phil Stover of the Portland Group until the reorganization his group has started is closer to completion. One of the first jobs the Portland Group accomplished in this district was identifying proper sources with which to fund custodial services. Before the Portland Group audited the books, there were 26 different funds where the district got the money to pay for custodial. It was an unsound way to do business, and Phil Stover fixed that problem. In custodial, Phil Stover has directed the work of a performance team that has surveyed the district. That team has identified that district-wide, again, we are 215 custodians short. Phil Stover realizes that classified workers have a vested interest in the learning environment. He is somebody who will listen to anybody, from the superintendent to the custodian who has an idea he can use. The work Phil Stover and his team has started is not completed. There are decisions to be made in custodial, maintenance, the warehouse, and transportation. You as board members will need his help in advising you as to which direction to take, so as not to make critical mistakes that may affect our kids' futures. Board President Jackson, Vice President Barrera, and the rest of the board, we have been hearing that you are being told that we, as the CSEA OSS 724 Executive Board, are satisfied with the direction this district is taking. I am here to tell you that CSEA is not happy with the direction this district is taking. How could we be happy with the attempts to close our warehouse, food service workers working 10 to 15 years without benefits, $6 million going to first student contracts instead of our own bus drivers? How can we be happy when we are 215 custodians short district-wide? We ask, where are the district's priorities with relation to CSEA and our work? Dr. Greer, if you support CSEA and the classified workers we represent, you need to keep Phil Stover. Now, normally CSEA takes a stand against outside consultants. But in Phil Stover's case, with his understanding of the work we do and his ability to make district staff more accountable, you will need his counsel during this budget crisis, not only to protect classified work, but to protect the educational process for our kids. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, President Jackson, members of the board, and Dr. Greer. I come here, as well as my colleagues, to ask your support for Mr. Stover. As you know, the warehouse is undergoing... Oh, I didn't introduce myself. I'm sorry. My name is Joni Collins, lead delivery service driver in mail services, and also the CSEA vice president representing the distribution and warehouse at the 2351 Cardinal Lane address. I come here to support Mr. Stover, and as you know, the warehouse is undergoing many changes. Today, organizations will no doubt be faced with change. Change is difficult, but it's inevitable. Organizations and leaders need to be equipped with the tools to deal with the resistance to change, and change requires a plan. Mr. Stover has been a part of the first few initial meetings revolving the warehouse and distribution reorganization, and has been a key contributor, providing insights to the distribution service working group. Mr. Stover has been an asset to the group, and his ideas of change has been received favorably by management and the workers. It is vital to keep Mr. Stover as we continue to work together with the district and CSEA developing efficiencies, maximizing the workforce, and improving quality of service to our schools. I believe Mr. Stover's track record working with CSEA in transportation, custodial, landscaping, and physical plant operations department has provided innovative, creative, and cost savings to the district. I would ask members of the board, President Jackson and Dr. Greer, respectfully to allow Mr. Stover to be a part of what we've already started, to allow his knowledge and expertise to be a part of the ongoing changes for the distribution and warehouse department, that we may provide quality service to our schools. Thank you.
Good evening, President Jackson, Board, and Superintendent Greer. My name is Ethel Arkins, President of OSS Operation Support Service, Chapter 724. And I'm here on behalf of Classified to speak in favor of keeping Phil Stover to ensure the work and efforts started through the Portolan study continue its implementation of work and cost savings for the district are realized. And Superintendent Greer, you say you support the classified employees here at San Diego Unified and that our work is an essential part of the team effort. We enlist your support to assist us in completing the work that he has started, because it's essential that the reorganization is completed, and to ensure that the timeliness of the work, we hope you as the board see the value in that. It makes good business sense. And during these changing times and numerous transitions, layoffs, retirements, and supervisory changes, that he be allowed to stay. thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you. Board member comments?
Yeah.
Mr. DeBeck?
The exhibit is very general about the work product. And I'm going through the role that is defined in the exhibit. I can't guess. I have to go by the exhibit. His role for the following 6 months will include monitoring and review of all district reorganizational efforts implemented during the 2007-8 and 8-9 school years and changes to be implemented in 9-10, including written reports to the superintendent and board on a monthly basis. So that means every month we're going to get a report on all district reorganization efforts or just on selected ones. And that's why I'm asking for a work product, because I don't like just this, I did one of them, so that's all there is, and that's all you paid for it. I really want to know what the work product would be. His appeal to individuals is his ability to be able to, say, cut through bureaucracy and come up with bottom line answers. Well, I'd like some of those. And we've already implemented a lot of recommendations. I'm not sure sometimes that the person who makes the recommendations should be the person recommending or advising on the direction you've gone after he's already made the recommendations. I'm not sure the evaluator should be the person who makes the recommendation. Now, I'll leave that be. As far as the work product goes, I guess we can say that. Coordination with budget and finance and operation. This is what he'll do. Coordination with budget and finance and operation departments the year-to-date spending per budget line item. That'll be a miracle. That'll be an absolute miracle. And for this price, I bet he can't do it. But I'll just move on. Provision of services as requested. Now, here's an open-end thing. And that bothers me about a work product, is services as requested are not very specific. So he's not going to, unless there's some requested service by our chief financial offices and the chief project offices and the superintendent and the board members. I could keep him busy myself with services I request. I can imagine what this board will do to them. So I kind of like to have a work product that we approved up front, or that the board approves a work product instead of having it open-ended so any school board member can ask the services, but rather that the school board approves a request of services from Mr. Stover, and that way we have our own accountability for not running off and using, John DeBeck's question to overwhelm the gentleman or anybody else. And then we're going to review these in this contract not less than 45 days prior to the end of the contract. Well, that's the accountability is, if he doesn't know all these things, then 45 days before the end of the contract, we'll reconsider the contract. That's our right anyway. So I'd like to have us get more specific about the work product now than to approve this as an open-ended thing. Like, how many of the district reorganization efforts is he going to monitor, and what is going to be the outcome? What would be a report that we'd expect? Yes, you did it, or you tried to do it. Is that a report? And I can earn my money that way? Or is it going to be specifically, it resulted in certain dollar savings, certain advantages that I can show you because this is what's happened? So my take on this is, I'm not going to vote for this as it stands, although I don't oppose his skills or anything, but I still want to have a work product defined rather than just an open-ended contract.
Okay, the speaking sequence is Ms. Nakamura, Superintendent, and Dr. Evans.
Yeah, I appreciate the work that Mr. Stover has done with regard to physical plant operations within the district. In fact, he had come in, done the work under a previous superintendent, and that work had been put on the shelf and nothing had happened with it. I think it is really to Dr. Greer's credit when we brought that to his attention. He brought Mr. Stover back in to the district, but it's been, and it was really very invaluable over the last couple of last year. We've actually had that work done, but I think that's not the work that this contract talks about continuing or finishing up, and in fact I think it is finished. I think the board has put people in place and put people in positions to move that forward. We've already seen the reorganization, and $54,000 extra, I don't really see that we need to spend that right now. Mr. Stover has actually made mistakes when he's gone outside of his area. He was very good at working in physical plant operations, but he's also the person that recommended the notorious savings and magnet school busing that rained down on our heads with incorrect numbers. And while I like Mr. Stover in the particular area that he's doing, this particular contract is much broader. It almost sets up a shadow government within the district. I think we have a superintendent, and I believe that we have folks that can, in positions to follow through on everything that we've done. We don't need to spend another $54,000 in this particular area. That's just it happens to be my opinion, and I won't be voting for this. I'm sorry, with all due respect to Mr. Stover, but I really don't see a need for this contract as we move forward. I think we've already done an awful lot of work in this area.
Superintendent Greer, Dr. Evans.
Dr. Evans can go, and then I'll be glad to speak.
Okay. And I do understand what Mr. DeBeck is saying in terms of some of the generalities in the first part. There was attached, and I don't know if it's attached on the documents that are for the board meeting, some further details which were in communication between the superintendent and Mr. Stover as far as 4 or 5 specific areas of focus. So I think that's important to clarify. I think it's also important to clarify that it will be within the structure of the district, even though board members will have accessibility to Mr. Stover, that he will report to the superintendent and would be part of the structure of the district in that sense. And I appreciate what the persons from CSEA have said in terms of his ability to work with them. I know when I first came onto the board, I sat down with Superintendent Greer and he introduced me to Mr. Stover, and they talked about the possibility of saving up to $30 million in the district by changing the way that we were purchasing contracts and various other things that would be very important for saving money. And I certainly think a lot of that has been done. I think that both in the monitoring of this, to make sure that one of the things is we've put in place ways to save money, but they don't necessarily happen unless they are followed through on. I also believe that there are many more areas where we can continue to save money as we're implementing the changes that we're making. And so for that reason, I think it's very important to keep Mr. Stover, and I do know that there is a change in terms of downsizing the contract somewhat due to the financial limitations, and also this is not a permanent position, so it is a position created to eventually be made obsolete. So I just that's what I wanted to say. I do very strongly support this, and I'd like to hear what the superintendent has to say in this regard.
You said a lot of things that I was going to say,
okay,
but I just wanted to reinforce that this is an issue. A little later on in the meeting, you're going to hear a report from Chuck, and I'll chime in on treatment of stakeholders. And we know as a district we need to improve in that area. We're not where we need to be. In talking with our union reps, I've met with them. They've talked to me about the work that they've done with Mr. Stover and their faith in him and his word in terms of feeling like that he will listen to them. I think that's important. This is a contract where he's here 2 days a week through basically first semester. That's basically what it looks like. I know this is pretty generic. That was done to try to give us flexibility to be able to have some different uses of a consultant service. If these get to be too specific, I think we may have issues of an employee versus a consultant. Having said said that, my purpose is primarily, as you've heard tonight from many of our union leaders, is to make sure that the recommendations that were made are being implemented and that we continue with that implementation. To me, that's more important. I would agree with a lot of what others on the board have said. I do think Phil is much more valuable when we focus his areas of expertise. And so where I really want his help is to continue to facilitate and monitor our reorganizations in transportation, food services with new kiosks coming on in the coming school year, our warehouse, combining those warehouse services together, I think, is very, very important. And I also want us to be willing to continue to take a very objective look at what we're doing as we administer our Prop S program, to make sure that that part of our facilities department is right-sized. And those are the areas where he has more of an expertise. As far as budget, quite frankly, no. That's the work that I want to use FICMAT. He can do some individual coaching with people on staff, but that we need to really focus on California finance and work with FICMAT as we go through trying to monitor and streamline our financial operations. He certainly can continue to work with us to help identify ways that we can save money and explore different options, but the actual streamlining of finances and making sure that the software we use and the budgeting processes we use has to be a FICMAT area of expertise and advice.
Ms. Barrera, please.
Well, I think in addition to what Dr. Evans and Dr. Greer have talked about, and to what the CSEA folks have talked about, I think that Phil and the Portolan Group have been critical, not so much in talking about how we improve our financial operations, but how we connect our financial operations to our operations. And I mean, the horror stories that I've learned about in the 6 months or so that I've been on this board about the way that this bureaucracy has been unaccountable, for the use of taxpayer dollars. Phil Stover and the Portolan Group have been essential in helping us as board members, and I think you as the superintendent, to ask the right questions, to push at making sure that we have the left hand talking to the right hand, and to make sure that we uncover those areas where for years and years and years, frankly, this district has been wasting taxpayer money. And so I think that I understand about wanting to make sure that FICMAT is working with our financial department on the specific way that we manage our financial operations, but understanding that we can't continue to have a disconnect between our financial operations and our departments, I think is the key to continuing to do whatever we can to keep these budget cuts that we're facing from the state away from the classroom. I think Phil's been absolutely essential to that process this year, and I think that work is by no means over with.
Mr. DeBeck?
Well, I'll just ask a simple question. Since he had the expertise about transportation, how is it that we found out that he must have recommended doing away with the parts person? Well, I mean, it came out of the recommendations of the Portolan Group, the savings that we needed. Well, then maybe he's not involved in the transportation recommendations, and yet he's listed here as being an expert in that.
Yeah, I think it makes the point why we need him to stay on top of these recommendations so that they're followed through with, because I think without somebody who can keep their eye on the ball, I think we start to see things that...
And I want to point out something that I think everybody has to understand, or hope they will try to understand. Everything that Phil Stover or anyone else recommends, not everyone's going to agree with. And just because because he's gotten the endorsement of many of our union leaders here, they'll tell you they're not going to agree with every single thing he recommends.
That is very correct.
That's so. In this particular situation, quite frankly, this may have been a situation that he recommended, but that they may have disagreed with.
It was not a recommendation that he recommended.
Again, I'm just simply using this as an example that you're not going to always agree on everything. That doesn't diminish a person's value in terms of their recommendation. He has come, I'll give you a quick example, he has recommended, standing right here in front of you, to eliminate a number of classified positions as part of a reorganization that people disagreed with. But he justified and staff justified why those recommendations were forthcoming. That's the only point I was trying to make.
Yeah, I guess I just keep going back to where Mr. Stover lost credibility with me was, the recommendation to cut magnet school busing, which, was told it was going to save us $10 million. And so we implemented it without the facts or the information. And if he's an expert in transportation, he should have known that. And, it turned out that it wasn't going to save us all that much money. And so we just had so much drama rain down on our heads at a time when we really needed a go-to guy, and he wasn't it. So I guess if he's supposed to be an expert in transportation, I have a real problem with that. I just don't. He's very good at what he does. He's very good in his area, and then I'm expressing a lack of confidence, and also $54,000 buys an awful lot of science speakers. So, and as we go into this budget year, if we lose a science speaker and it breaks, I don't know that we've got the money to replace it in our science classrooms. This money is important in other areas, and I'm not one to if the superintendent says that he needs something, I'm usually not someone to go against that, but in this particular instance, I just don't see it. So
okay, I'm going to speak, and I haven't had my turn yet. Certainly, as a member of the board who does not readily like to have outside consultants come in, because I believe our staff should be capable of doing the job, and if not, we train the staff. We are in an interesting time where we don't necessarily have the people on board to do the work that we need. In this particular case, we do need an outside person to look at what we're doing with a critical eye. And everyone, I don't think there's anyone alive that's not going to make some mistakes, but as board members, we have to absorb those mistakes and move forward. The issue at hand is that we have done a lot over the last couple of years with Mr. Stover. His work has helped move the district forward. We think we need to have his services for a while longer. Certainly I'm one in saying that we don't always continue contracts. That is why this is only for 6 months, and the work has to be done in writing. So therefore, I think that we need to go ahead and move forward, and I call for the vote, so please vote. Thank you. That item passes 3-2. The next item on the agenda is the F area, which is operational matters reserved for the board. The first is our board reports. Mr. DeBeck, I'll start with you, please.
I have nothing to report.
Okay, Mr. Barrera.
Yeah, I just want to point out again, we're going to talk later about the district's relationship with stakeholders, and I do think we have a lot of work to do in that area. But we've got, I think, one notable example over the past couple of months of the way that, frankly, stakeholders have worked very well with the district, and that's been the decision to close down North Park Elementary School and to relocate the Alternative Learning and Behavior Academy at that site. That type of decision to, first of all, close down a neighborhood school, and second, to relocate a school that often can be the subject of NIMBYism. People saying, "Oh, we don't want that. We don't want those kind of kids in our neighborhood," is the kind of issue that can absolutely divide people and create a lot of hostility. And the way that we've gone through that process over the past couple of months, to first have very thoughtful discussions where we do a lot of listening to the parents and the teachers and the staff at North Park Elementary, then to listen to community organizations as they are raised basically their desire to be engaged in this process, I think has led to an incredible opportunity now to develop the site in a real partnership with the community. So a couple of weeks ago, we convened a meeting with Councilman Gloria and the North Park Community Association, North Park Planning Committee, and North Park Main Street, and others, to talk about how we introduce Alba to the neighborhood. And one important point that's come out in these discussions is that a lot of the kids who attend Alba are in fact from the neighborhood, from the community. So these aren't somebody else's kid coming into the community. These are our kids having a better shot, at a decent location in their community. So on Saturday, the 25th of July at 8:30, we're going to convene at the school site. And in partnership with the North Park Community Association, we're going to go door to door in the neighborhood, and we're going to pass out informational material about Alba, and we're going to introduce ourselves basically, to the North Park community, and talk about how improvements to the school can actually, carry over and involve, improvements to the park, which is adjacent to the school, in partnership with the city. So I'd encourage people to come out to the North Park Elementary School on Saturday morning, the 25th at 8:30. I want to thank Bill Koba and Bernie Ronerson for their great work, together with the North Park community. But it's an example of where we do things right.
Thank you. Ms. Nakamura, please.
Yeah, I have a report that the board knows that we've been working on a problem up in the Assembly regarding whether or not we should be offering PE credit for marching band, JROTC, color guard, drill team, cheerleading, and we have been working on this issue. I'd like to thank Assemblymember Mary Salas, who has authored the bill for us, and Senator Gloria Romero in the California State Senate. That's been very helpful as well. We've had a number of successes in working through this, not the least of which was getting information from the California Department of Education guidance on this issue that we were not able to get before. It was very difficult to get that information out. We've also had a success in getting the physical education frameworks for the state of California amended, which had lacked clarity, or actually had specifically targeted, if I could be so blunt, these very, very important programs for our students, programs that engage our students, keep them involved, programs our communities care about, really phenomenal programs. And I have to give credit to Bernie Reinerson and Monica Enestrosa in our government relations office. We've had amazing support on this. But the community that has worked together, LA Unified joined us on this, and the California Music Educators Association, JROTC, and JR2C. It's been really amazing, but we did have guidance recently from the California Teacher Credentialing Commission that is very troubling, and I think is of concern to districts. I know I've been receiving phone calls from school districts up and down the state that are very concerned about recent guidance from the California Teacher Credentialing, which leaves us in a very vague place and an unsettling place, where it sounds like we're going to ask a music teacher will have to have a PE credential in order to teach marching band. It's just that nonsensical, and we have a very common sense bill up in front of up in Sacramento that we've been working on. But at this time, for this legislative session, it's going to be set aside. We're going to have to, in light of everything that we've had with the California Department of Education guidance and the PE framework amendment from the State Board of Education and all of the work that's gone on with that at this level, I think we need to sit back, reassess, talk to some of our partners, such as Los Angeles Unified, which is, as I said, has not only expressed support for this, and AXA, the administrators, the Association of California School Administrators, the PTA, California School Boards Association, all of our partners that have worked on this and expressed concern. So we just need to take a moment, reflect, sit back, regroup, think about where we want to go with this and whether or not we've made enough progress or whether we want to continue moving forward. It's really a very It's been a very interesting process with a lot of people that have been helping put their oars in the water. You would be surprised how many people were in marching band. I think you should turn to your neighbor and ask them if they were in marching band. It's amazing how many people in leadership positions how many people in leadership positions were in marching band. Okay, enough, you guys. Okay, we've got to, but it is absolutely amazing how many people in leadership positions were in JROTC or marching band and what these have done for our community. So, that being said, that's my report on this, but I felt it was important to update the entire board. It's very, very important. So, anyway, that's my report. Thank you.
Did we adopt the agenda? I don't remember doing it.
Okay, for my report, I just wanted to comment briefly on parent and community involvement. In fact, as we're meeting right now, there's a group of parents and other community members who are meeting in Claremont with the Madison cluster of schools. And a lot of people in the Claremont area have gotten very interested in the revitalization of their neighborhood schools, and both of the clusters, both the Claremont High School and the Madison High School cluster, want to collaborate more closely to update and upgrade the quality of the schools in their community. I've been meeting with groups, as I've said before, from the different schools in the district from which I represent, and one of the things that they had brought up to me is they wanted better electronic communication and information about what the board is doing, what is happening, being able to access the information easily, and also to be able to be in close touch with their board members and other people within their own school community. And one of the things I'm happy to report that at the same time the district staff has been working on this, and I've talked with Bernie Reinerson and also Daryl Lagasse, and they are working on a plan where we will have an updated district website that will also include an opportunity for each school and each school community to have their own page on the website, for board members to have a page there, for everybody to be able to interact and keep very up to date on what's going on. We need this kind of grassroots involvement. Everybody's busy, everybody's working. It's not always easy to get to every single meeting, but this is another way where we can be very connected, and I'm just happy to say that although we are 9 years into this century, that the San Diego Unified is now entering the 21st century.
Yeah, that's right. Welcome to San Diego Unified.
Yes. I would like to just comment briefly on some community meetings we still continue to have. We have our Crawford Cluster meeting a week ago Monday. The Lincoln Cluster met last night, and Morris Cluster is scheduled to meet this coming Monday. And I think Mr. Barrera was just sharing that Dr. Evans, communication is working very hard, and we did approve the funding for us to launch a new website maybe later on in the fall at some point in time to enhance our communication with our constituents. But I want to take just another moment here to just thank some of the staff. First, the Energy Department. They feel I've been on them a lot lately, and I want to tell them that I really do love them, Jay Nash and his crew. But I did leave my notes for you home, but I do remember that they're working very hard on our water conservation throughout the district, and it's recently recognized in one of the national magazines on energy. So I thank you for your hard work. But I also want to thank the rest of the staff. It's been a grueling year with the budget cuts, and recently with a lot of people choosing to take time to enjoy their retirement. That has meant that the people that have left have had to roll their sleeves up and do a lot of extra work. And I just want to take the time to applaud them, because even though our hallways may seem empty up here, there's a lot of work going on. And I don't want them to think that we do not value the work that is going on still, and the extra burden that some of them have to shoulder because of the budget cuts and because of people retiring. But having said that, I still maintain the fact that we will be the best district in our nation. We will all work together during this economic time. The state still has not produced a budget, so that doesn't mean we're out of the water yet, even though we have our budget done. So we just have to be prepared to continue to provide the best education possible with whatever resources that we have. And I applaud the staff for working diligently on that. We would move now to item FO2. Dr. Evans, please.
Okay, item FO2 is the Year of the School Volunteer for 2009-2010. This is the first reading, so I just want to present the idea to the board for us to take action at the following meeting. We've obviously been through a very difficult year in terms of budget and so forth, and it's kind of been an all-hands-on-deck situation where everybody has to pitch in and help out in terms of keeping our schools going. One of the things we've done in the central office is send out a lot of the people who are working here and working actually at the school site more directly with the children. We have school improvement officers who become principals. But one of the backbones of this district has been and will continue to be all the volunteers who have participated. And these have been through PTAs, through military groups, college groups, all different kinds of groups who have on a voluntary basis participated and helped our schools. We had a couple of calculations from the staff. One was that they came up with about 838,000 hours valued at about $16.9 million. And when we have such a huge budget shortfall, it's really important to recognize the level of importance of this. We need to raise our children in a community, and as a community, that means everybody, parents, teachers, and other community members need to stand up and work together. I'm not proposing that we make this year, the Year of the Volunteer, just as some sort of empty or symbolic gesture, but to really place a special emphasis on it this year, to really increase the involvement of parents in the community by coordinating with the existing organizations such as PTAs and others. There are lots of ways that we can reach out. A lot of people are willing to help. They just need to be asked. I remember at one school where my kids were that I organized fathers in terms of getting more involved at the elementary school because not very many fathers were involved. There are lots of ways. There are other areas. We tend to drop off our kids at the schools as the parents are rushing off to work. The schools are surrounded by senior citizens sitting in their own homes who could actually be very helpful contributors to our schools. We have young adults that we could reach out to, and there are a lot of ways through technology and other means that we can actually make it cool to participate in our public schools. So that is my recommendation, that we make this a special emphasis for the following year. And in order to do that, I've outlined a few steps here. One is to identify the various areas of volunteering at all the school levels, both what we have now and what we can potentially do with all of the staff getting together and coming up with this. Another is for us to develop a kit that each school will be able to use that will allow them to recruit, sign up, and assign volunteers to various projects. We've just implemented an improved volunteer screening project, and we need to keep that in mind so that we get the right people into our schools. And finally, one of the things I think we really could do in the fall, and we can get into more detail with this with the staff, would be to have a kickoff day for school volunteers, where we would have one day in the city where we would try to get every possible person in the city to show up at their nearest school to meet there for a rally at the beginning of school, visit the school for a few minutes, find out what the school is doing, and have there an array of all different types of volunteer opportunities and ways they can participate. There's so many ways that people are already participating. I know we could go through long lists of that. A lot of you know that, but there are a lot more ways that we could participate too. So I think it needs to be both a school-based situation, and it might even be, as Mr. Barrera was talking about, going out through the neighborhood to let the people know about Alba, which is a new school in the neighborhood. It might be a matter of schools actually reaching out to their neighborhoods and letting them know what is going on at their school and how everybody in the community could get involved. Just since I've been on the board, when I visited schools, I remember at Field Elementary there was a group from a college fraternity that was volunteering there. Another time I was at Sandberg Elementary in Mira Mesa, and there are a group of Marines from Miramar that come over every week and work out with the kids and really promote physical fitness and responsibility. There are all kinds of ways to get involved. And I think it's not only parents, but everybody else in the community. I think even with the parents, we need to have a much higher expectation of the parents in terms of their involvement in the schools. A lot of times, private schools have this oxymoron of required volunteer hours. Children do not choose to go to school. They're required to be there, but sometimes we don't require as much as our parents as we should. You can't take your kid and drop him off at the pediatrician and just say, take care of him and I'll pick you up on the corner, and we shouldn't be doing that to schools either. So this is what I would like to propose, and I just wanted to present to the board, and we can take action at another meeting.
Madam President, if I could, I as the manager of the Department of Community Relations, we are excited about this opportunity. Board Member Evans and I met and discussed some of the elements. Our staff in the Community Relations is already putting together our ideas. We're ready to launch this and re-energize the program for both business partnerships and volunteerism. And I think the timing is right for this, and we're ready to go to work on this. So we want to thank you for bringing this forward, and we want to support it 100%.
Thank you. We have two public speakers, Sylvia Alvarez and David Fernandez. Please come forward.
Good evening, Board of Education. Dr. Greer, I sometimes have to think like Mr. DeBeck sometimes, and I see this as kind of very vague, but I do want to make sure on a couple things. Mr. Evans, on the number one, and I know this is just a first reading, but on the identification of areas, I would like to see the classified staff be bulleted in that also. I do see that you have administrative departments as well as teachers, parents, and above-mentioned organizations. I do think our classified employees need to be a part of this volunteer for a couple reasons. One, at agenda item FO4, one, you guys are going to be deciding some classified layoffs. Typically in bad budget times, as we are in San Diego Unified School District, and we have layoffs, some things magically happen sometimes at our school sites. We see parents at the copy machine. We see parents doing campus security. We have volunteers on our school sites that aren't fingerprinted. And I think it's extremely important as we look at this, and I heard the community relations person, is that I think the classified employees could play a very important part in this and having that dialogue with you, because it's typically our jobs that get volunteered out when these sort of things are put into place. And I'm not saying I think this is a good thing to have a lot of involvement with our communities, but also at the same time, we have to remember that I believe there's a lot of classified employees that at one point in time has precinct walk or phone banks for the majority of you, if not all of you, at one point in time. And if we're going to lay them off and then 4 months later put a volunteer there, I think we should really think what we're doing. Okay? Thank you.
You don't have to apologize for thinking like I do.
I know that.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gear, President Jackson, board members. My name is Sylvia Alvarez. My address is on file. I'm speaking to you tonight as First VP of OTBS, and I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Fernandez said. In the midst of all these cuts, layoffs, everything that's going on in the district, I understand and I agree with the volunteer and more participation from community and businesses. But oftentimes we've been out to sites where our work is being done by volunteers, federal survey cards, various things. And I just would wish and hope that you would include the bargaining units in your conversations, so that no bargaining unit member, whether it be a para, OSS, or OTBS, don't give our work away. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any more board member comments? Any more board member? Mr. DeBeck?
Well, I think we have a recent example of the issue around this, and I do appreciate the representatives of classified talking about it, but it's not just the classified that's affected by this. There was a time in the past when my Kiwanis Club was working with the nurses to help them to identify kids that had vision problems. The state law requires that the nurses do it, but the Kiwanis Club said, well, we'll help. And what we'll do is we'll pre-screen so you can look and verify all these events. It became a major, I'll call it a major issue between the union, the Teachers Association in this case, and the district, because the volunteerism was in a way, it looked like supplanting or doing the work of a unit member. That's one. But the most recent one that I think about is the arguments we've had recently about foundations and hiring of employees. So when this thing came up with the issue of helping, I appreciate in fact, because I've been involved with the partnership group on the advisory council and all, I've seen the value and I know the amount of help we already get from our partners. But the real danger is not getting it clear in advance with the community what the parameters are about how this is done. And you get people saying, why can't we donate money or why can't we donate services? And the example would be, and I'll use Mr. Evans as an example, why can't Mr. Evans come in and serve as a school psychologist? Well, there's a damn good reason for it, because he's not employed as a school psychologist, and he would be replacing a school psychologist even though he is one. So the argument would be there's certain rules around this volunteerism that we have to be clear about up front so that we don't mislead people into thinking we don't want your help. It's not that we don't want their help. It's we want their help within the framework of the rules within our bargaining units and those people that we work with day to day. I mean, so we need to clear that up first. Don't just go out and get a whole bunch of volunteers and then slap them down and make them feel unappreciated because there's all these rules that get in their way, because who do they get mad at? It's real easy to do union bashing this way, but it's not the right way to go about it with your employees. So you need to pre-think the kit. If you say there's a kit, the kit should have very strong recommendations, and that's why it's really important that you involve these union reps and the people in what exactly is the kind of thing that you want volunteers to do. And that's another thing that I saw in this thing was ask the schools for a wish list. Don't ask them for a wish list until you give them the rules about what they can wish for. Because they'll wish for stuff they can't have. And then we're going to turn it around and say, okay, that's all a problem of our labor relations stuff, and we can easily make scapegoats out of this if we want to, but that's not the real issue, because we really want to, at least I speak for myself, we really want to get volunteers to assist us with our labor organizations in getting a better result for our kids. But at the same time, we don't want to step on their toes and use them as an argument against themselves. And this is very delicate. This is I appreciate the interest in this, but I got to warn all of us that this is a dangerous line to travel until you do a lot of pre-planning.
Ms. Nakamura, please.
Well, I'd like to be the first to commend Dr. Evans for taking the initiative in this and for putting out a very well-thought proposal with, I think, extraordinary detail and commitment to our schools and our parents and our children and recognition of the year that we have ahead of us. He's absolutely right. We will need all hands on deck. And yet he has come up with a proposal that I think addresses many of the concerns that have already been expressed with this presentation. This is going to be, as I said, it's going to be an extraordinary year. And I think that the development of a kit allows us to can certainly, take a look at this, figure out how it's going to work. It's common sense again, and the kickoff day for school volunteers, and the identification of it. I think this is very well in the marking of the efforts. The only concern that I have is that in that particular department that traditionally handles this, we've reduced by one person. We're down from 3 people to 2, I believe the numbers are, and that this is how this work is going to get done. This is a lot of work. I've organized volunteers in my day. Most recently with the Assembly Bill and legislative efforts up in Sacramento, and it's no little thing to get everybody moving in the right direction. So that takes a lot of time. I'm a little bit concerned. I don't think that the cost of this is going to be zero. I think there will be a cost associated with this, but I think it's going to be well worth the time and the effort, particularly if it's done well. It can build in an extraordinary amount of support within the community for our schools. So, Dr. Evans, thank you for, you and I don't always agree, so relish this moment, please. Thank you for bringing this to the board.
Thank you. There was an information item F03, Dr. Evans.
One of the things that I have learned is having first readings so that we don't get things wrong just by throwing them out there. But I appreciate the comments by Mr. Fernandez and others. I actually had it in my notes and didn't say it, so I'm glad you did. And moving along on item FO3, which was introduced at a first reading last time, and I think it continues to be very relevant. Maybe a little ambiguous again in terms of the title when it says comprehensive study of demographics, location of neighborhood schools, and transportation. I'll just give you, during the brief time on the board, there's so many decisions that have come up, ranging from closing schools or not closing schools, magnet programs, whether to have them or not, and the transportation involved, what to do about different issues related to school choice, what we do about our transportation budget. Everything, what types of high schools we have, where they need to be located, should we have big high schools, small high schools. It's very difficult to make these decisions in isolation, just to decide we're going to close the school or not close the school, when we don't have a very clear picture of where the district is moving. And we've had meetings and talked about where we want the district to go over the next 10 or 11 years, but we really need to get some things very concrete in the next few months about what direction we're taking so that we can make the plans that fit together with that. So we're not just making knee-jerk reactions to every situation. So what I've proposed is that we have a series of steps here to get to this, and I've listed here examples of questions that need to be answered. There are actually more questions that are going to be generated, but it all has to do with what we want our schools to look like in the coming years and how are we going to do that. The example of questions I wrote down were, what's the proper size range for our schools? What's a reasonable amount of transportation for students from the district? What type of high schools do we want and where should they be located? How do magnet schools supplement neighborhood schools and promote diversity? If we support neighborhood schools, what does that mean? How far should a child have to travel to reach a neighborhood school? I mean, just the example of, is this school too small? Well, maybe it is a small school, but how far is it to the nearest school? How do we lessen the capacity, or the impact, I should say, of bus schedules on individual school schedules? And we've certainly seen how much all of the schools in the district are dictated in terms of their schedules and so forth by what's going on with the buses. And then as we develop new technology, what does that have to do with the size and location and so forth of our schools? These are all questions that we need to answer. I know, and we've said to the superintendent too, it's very difficult for him to move forward in a lot of these issues when we haven't set a clear direction as a board. And so along this line, a lot of it's going to be, the board is going to have to clarify its values based on what we learn from our constituents, and then plan from there. And so what I am proposing is basically 3 steps. The first step is really to decide what we want our schools to look like, how we want them to be configured, where we want them to be. And we're starting off with the board needing to kind of come to some sort of consensus on that, then getting recommendations from the staff, and then putting out to the public and getting public comment on that. The second step would be to then go, when we've decided the criteria for where we want our schools, how we want them to be, how they're going to be organized, then we need to look at the real demographic data. This is where the people live, this is what the birth rates are, this is what the development areas in the city, so that we can really decide at that point how we're going to configure our schools with actual data. And then the third step would be to take all this information, put it together, and bring it to, present it to the public and have it up for approval. So on this timeline that I've outlined here, was the first step was for the board to have a workshop to develop this criteria sometime within the next 3 months, and then get input, because the board really has to declare some of its basic values at that point, and then get some input from the staff during the same time period. And then again, we're not talking about specific schools or anything like that. We're talking about, in general, how we want the schools to be in terms of size, location, and so forth. What criteria we want to use for our schools, and then present that to the public the following month, which would be October. And then to give staff time, we actually do have demographers on the staff, to perform demographic studies about where the kids are, what the birth rates are, and so forth, and see how that figures with the configuration that the board and the public is wanting. And then taking that information and adopting a 10-year plan. So we're not just opening one place here and closing it the next year and so forth. We have a plan for the next 10 years. And then from that, the following steps would be to look at what changes we would need to make within our district. I mean, one of the things that we found out this year, certainly it's not reasonable to say that every school we have, every place we have will always be needed where it is for the next 100 years. I mean, there are going to be changes. And so we have to have an orderly way to do it. And one of the problems we ran into this year was saying, okay, we need some money, how about we close that school over there? Without looking at the overall impact on the community and doing a really thorough planning process. One of the things we found even was that our own board policy is that that's an 18-month process if we are going to close a school. So we need to adhere to all of that. So that is my proposal of what we could do basically over the next 6 months leading up to March, develop that long-term plan, and then on an annual basis review and renew the plan. So that's my proposal.
Board member comments? No comments? Okay, vote.
I move to approve the plan for the comprehensive study and the corresponding calendar for the board.
Is there a second? Second, okay. Any comments? Okay, please vote. Okay, it passes 5-0.
That was too easy.
We'll go into item F04. We got more work to do.
But the key is that we have to have some policy issues that surround that we decide beforehand.
Yeah.
Right.
One of them is the concept of neighborhood schools, busing and transportation. Right. All those are critical issues that if we don't address them, it doesn't matter how we plan it.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly.
That's it.
Okay, item F04, please. Superintendent Greer.
We just did whatever. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, President Jackson. This is a recommendation that as we continue to implement central office reorganizations and our school allocation budget reductions at the school site, that we are recommending to the board that you eliminate the classified services listed in the attachments to this particular agenda item.
I don't see them. That's what I'm looking for. Are the attachments?
Okay.
Yes, they're all there.
Do I have a motion?
Oh, I gotta look out.
Okay.
We're going to hear from
I do have some
those affected,
speakers, so I will go ahead and call the speakers, and then I'll...
Simply put, we have to do this in order to complete the reorganization and downsize the central staff.
Okay, I move. So
there's a motion. Can I get a second, please?
There's a second level of attachments.
Okay, we'll let that die, and we'll come back to...
No, he seconded it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
He seconded it.
Okay, very good.
I have
a little
2
bit louder.
seconds.
A little bit louder here. Okay. Anyway, we have some public speakers: Jane Balsa, Judy Vore, Joe Allen Archies, Erica Colley, and David Fernandez.
Good evening, President Jackson, Dr. Greer, and the board. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the reductions, the 148 positions in the para-bargaining unit that are being affected by the board action tonight. And I want to clarify some of these because on the 81 positions being eliminated and the 53 that are being reduced, actually only 3 of those positions are vacant. All the remaining 78 positions are filled. In fact, 64 of those employees received letters from the district dated May 12 stating that they were being administratively reassigned and effective at the end of June June 30th, you will be reassigned to HR Cost Center. Human Sources will then administratively reassign you effective July 1 to an equal or better vacancy. If no vacancy exists, you will be assigned to a temporary work location until an equal or better vacancy occurs. Your hours per week and months per year will not be affected negatively by this action. Now, these people have left, and they're now going to be getting letters that your positions are being eliminated. So this should have been done back in May, but I don't know why it was held off. And for the 60 positions that are being reduced, 7 are vacant, it says. Actually, 7 of those positions are being reduced, and the remaining 53 positions are being eliminated, and all of those positions are special education. You know, I spoke with special ed management yesterday and was told part of the action includes the 3.5.0 FTEs that was brought forward on May 12th. The district is well aware of the shortage of the special ed teachers and, in fact, has addressed those concerns. There is never consideration given on how this shortage affects the paraeducators. With inclusion of special needs students, their roles have been expanded and responsibilities have been increased. Sometimes they are the only teacher in the classroom. There is no doubt the paraeducators are there for students. The pay and respect they receive is minimal compared to the nurturing, caring, instructional, and personal services they provide to all special needs students in this district on a daily basis. We understand times are tough. However, this district's responsibility is to provide all students with a quality education. Classified employees provide the support services to staff and students. Without their assistance, this district could not function. Please stop trying to balance the budget on the backs of us. Why don't you take a real look at trying to share the load? I saw at the bottom of this, it also stated that the special ed, which is identified on the side here, it says special education board approved vacancy reductions. Are these back up again, and were they reduced on May 26th? I'm not sure. If you look at the bottom of that, it says May 26th special ed board approved vacancies.
Yes, they were.
And so they're back again today?
No, I think these are just actual positions. They were given to us, if I understand correctly, and the director is coming forward. They was given to us as a number, as a financial number from the department, without any. And now we're looking at the actual positions. So, Dr.
So these weren't reduced, what it says here. Okay.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Jane Bowser, President of the Paraeducator. President Jackson, Vice President Barrera, Board of Trustee, Dr. Geer. As you hear what Jody Ford just speak, all these people are all these things that are going to be moved forward at our field. These people was told that they will have a position, and then now they won't have a position. If this employee had been told directly that they will not have any position, maybe some of them will be able to retire if they have more service credit. They could take the CERP. Now they are in limbo. They don't know where they're going to go. They could not even file the unemployment before then because they don't know, because their idea was there are a lot of vacancy that's going to fill these people, that's going to be placed for these people, for this employee. Now we are eliminating all the vacancies. My question is, we said before, this vacancy is held a year, 2 years. Each vacancy that is held for the purpose is just holding it is attached with paycheck and also with health benefit. What happened to those money? Who's accountable for those that been holding that? If those vacancies directed to supposed to hire a position and was held, who's accountable for the money? Where is the money? What did they use it for? I'm gonna have to ask this question, because here we go again. We are balancing on the back of the paraeducator. Every year it's happened. We believe that there will be the conversation that these people will have a position, that they will be placed somewhere. And now they says they're not going to place anywhere. They're going to be out of the door. And I do not understand when it says, well, it's only at the end of this paperwork, they says, well, it's vacancy, it's not filled. But it says there, board report, filled position, 81. So there are some miscommunication again. Transparency is not here again. These are people that live in the community, have children in the school. And now, what are we going to tell them? You don't have a job. We don't know what's going to happen. So please, if we're going to eliminate position, they should have been eliminated in May. I agree. Thank you very much.
No, let the speaker speak first, and then you can go after they finish. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erica Cully, and I'm a SET. That's a special education technician. Once again, where's the fairness of these eliminations? I understand that there has to be cuts, and that is why there has to be cuts. But why is it always the paraeducators who are always cut first? Are we not as important as the teachers? How many teachers depend on the paraeducators to help pick up the slacks in the classroom? We who work in special education work hands-on with students who may have discipline problems. They might need changing, help with feeding, mentoring, tutoring. We do all this. It wouldn't be so bad knowing that paraeducators are going to be eliminated if it was across the board. If everybody from teachers to bus drivers, if everybody was getting a share of this. But it's not. It's always, whenever there's elimination, so let's get rid of the paraeducators. And then, no offense, Dr. Evans, let's put, volunteers in there. Well, I guess that's how I started. I was a parent volunteer that ended up working for the school district. But I didn't take somebody else's job. I just was in there helping. And I just don't think it's fair. If you look at the list, there are so many people in special education that are being eliminated, and it's just not right. Thank you.
Good evening, Sheila Jackson, President, Dr. Guerra, and the rest of the board. My name is Joellen Archer. I'm a resident property owner in Catherine Nakamura's district. As I tell her, I haven't been up lately, but I'm sorry I'm here tonight because I feel a trust issue has come again. I feel we have broken promises. We went through our date in April, which would have been your 45-day thing to give us our layoff, and we were assured there would be no layoffs. And Dr. Greer, I've been at least 2 school board meetings where you have said you will retrain our unit members and OTBS, and there would be no layoffs. I'm here tonight to tell you 2/3 of the people on that list for OTBS are in the excess pool and have now lost their job. They probably are not working now because most of our unit members are 10-month employees. I'm not talking about your reclassification at the Ed Center. I'm talking about the people that are at the schools who see your children first, who are the ones who see the parents first before they ever reach a teacher. These are the people you have eliminated. These are the times why the phone will not be answered when a parent has a question on the first ring, or even the first time they call. They will probably get the answering machine. So, I understand budget times, but you have now created a worse situation. These people were told in April that their job was secure. They did not try to pinch pennies through June 30th and plan for this. They are now going to get a letter in the mail, which I assume has to come tomorrow because it's past time to put it in the mail today, and 45 days later, they will not have a job. So I just want you to think, and this is really the first time I feel promises and assurances have been broken by the school board that has started out, and it's very disappointing to us. Thank you.
Good evening again, David Fernandez, Labor Relations Representative for the OTBS unit for California School Employees Association. I'm not going to sit up here and tell you, of the hard decisions and this is really, really bad. What I wanted to try to do tonight was just to kind of hit a couple bullet points, and I hardly ever read anything, so just bear with me. Because I think sometimes when we look at these sort of things, sometimes numbers, sometimes will reflect a little bit more. And like Ms. Archer just spoke about, I'm just looking at the school-based stuff currently. So currently for the 09-10 school year, with the reductions that are in front of you, we are going to lose 58,995 hours of clerical time at our school sites. This is 58,995 hours of clerical time that is not going to be replaced. Also with that, and that's for the 180 days while the kids are there. On top of that, some of the eliminations are 12-month employees. So we're going to lose close to 2,600 hours of prep time of those 2 months that the children aren't there. I have a friend who's a teacher, and she received 6 phone calls this last 2 weeks, a robocall that's generated from the school district, talking about they needed 30 additional resource teacher positions. I'm sitting there and I think to myself, well, if we need continued resource teachers, or the board has taken a stand of maybe looking at classified positions before teacher positions, it concerns me, especially when I look and I have to report back out to my bargaining unit that for the 09-10 school year at our school sites, I am losing 58,995 hours of clerical time. I don't know how to go about and tell the employees who I represent of how they're going to do it for the 09-10 school year, because those of you who sit up here, people in the audience, know that our school sites are bare bones to begin with our clerical staff and with all of our classified staff. With that also, the reductions that you're doing, our budget book came out, and I was taking a look at the budget book, and our budget book has English learners at 30.2% and non-white students here in San Diego Unified School District is at about 75%. You're eliminating 26 bilingual positions. That stands out very great to me. I don't know who you're expecting to do the bilingual work at the school sites, because these positions are at the school sites. And lastly, I think Joe Allen hit on this just a little bit, is that the timing of this layoff is that you're going to have a group of employees open a school, and then 3 days later, that group of employees is not going to be there. You're going to have a new bunch of employees because we're going to now have a bump that, and I understand, the excess pool and what was said or what wasn't said, and trying to alleviate the fact of bumping, but we now have a 54-person bump chain within the OTBS unit, and this is going to create a major fiasco the first week of school. So as you vote tonight, I want you to be aware of that some of these employees are going to be there the first week of school, and then a whole new set of employees is going to be the second week of school. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Department Chair.
In regards to the special education cuts, I can give you some background on that. Basically what this is, there are 2 sets of eliminations in this packet. The first set of eliminations are those eliminations that actually have people in the positions. Part of those are on the special education side, and then part of those are on the general education side. So for instance, the AVID assistants, the guidance assistants, those are not on the special education side. The paraprofessionals, special education paraprofessionals that were cut, those are on the special education side. What we have striven to do with those cuts, because we have a significant number of openings going into the fall, is identify places for those folks to go. So we believe that we can absorb those folks into the system on the special education side. I can't speak for the general education side of what can happen for those folks. Now, for the closings of the vacant positions, as we noted before, when we came up with the overall cuts for special education, and I can just reiterate that we didn't want to make any cuts in special education. But those 35 FTE were vacant positions, and those are what is reflected in that second set of folks. There's actually about 39 FTE, or I'm sorry, about 40. There's 39.95 FTE in that second set of vacant positions. So that also counts some folks that were closed, positions that were closed as a result of closing SERP positions. So basically, the way that we looked at these cuts across the board is we didn't fill positions as a result of the SERP, and that included both paraprofessional positions and teaching positions, related service positions, to find savings. We looked for vacant positions and closed those positions, and then there were some reorganization savings. And again, I want to reiterate, we didn't want to make these cuts, but we made them as a result of the responsibility that we had under the budget crisis to move forward with a fiscally responsible budget, and to also look for some ways to identify cuts in special education that wouldn't impact. We know this is going to be an impact, but what we could do to mitigate the impact on students in the end.
Dr. Evans.
So I'm looking at the different figures. So in terms of the special education employees, not replacing the SERP, not eliminating vacant positions, but the people currently employed, are you saying that none of the special education people under that category will receive layoff notices?
I can't guarantee exactly what will happen, but what we did was, in working with HR, what we said is that we would prefer to reassign people into open positions. And I'm going to let HR talk to that if they're available. Our preference was to reassign people into open positions rather than to create a bumping process or a bump chain. We know how disruptive that is.
Right. And from your point of view, there were positions for them to go to.
There were positions for them to go to.
Why are they on the list?
What this does is technically eliminates those positions.
Right. So,
but what about people's jobs? I mean, their employment.
Understand that. That's what he's trying to say.
So that's the first batch. And in fact, the minority of the cuts on the first set that you have, there's vacant positions and filled positions. In the filled position area, the majority of those positions are on the general ed side. They're not on the special ed side. So
actually, on that first list, probably there are 10 or 15 special ed positions, and there might be 3 more. But the last list you got with the 60 positions.
Excuse me, if you're going to speak, you need to come to the podium versus sitting in the audience.
And just be very brief, because we don't like to call people up because we don't want to.
I had this figured out, but actually probably on the list where we have guidance assistants and other people, there are probably 10, 18, maybe 20 special ed positions on that list. Yes, on the list that has the 81 positions.
Yes.
But on the list of 60 positions that are supposed to be reduced, which only 7 are being reduced. If you look at the list, you'll see where they're reduced. The rest are all special ed, and they are being eliminated.
Thank you. Okay, please continue.
That is accurate. That second list is the 35 FTE in reductions. If you add those up, it actually adds up to 40 FTE overall. So there's a combination of the 35 FTE and then an additional 5 that came in the system that were additional empty positions that we were able to reduce.
Those are
Have a seat. Dr. Evans, have you finished your questions?
Yes, for now.
Mr. Barrera?
Okay, I mean, my questions are pretty simple, and I don't know if we need somebody from HR here to
I think we do.
to address them. My questions are: how many people are losing their jobs? What's the plan to put those folks back to work, and the concerns that folks were raising about being told in April that nobody was going to lose their job, that there would be a position for them, and now folks are hearing that they're going to lose their jobs. I want to hear about that as well.
As well as we understand, and even, and I'm going to temper my comments. In May, when you came before us, we asked you very clearly at that particular time that the cuts that you were making to special ed, that they would not be detrimental to delivery of services. At that time, when we approved those cuts for you, I really want to know why the people were not notified, because this is really unacceptable.
Ma'am, the 35 positions at the end that you approved, those are vacant positions. So we didn't have anyone to notify that were in those positions. The only filled positions that we cut were a group of IBTs at the Riley School, and then a group of charter school employees for charter schools that are leaving our SELPA. And then there are a few more additional cuts there. So my understanding is that those folks have been notified, and what we've been trying to do, working closely with HR, is identify alternative places for those folks to go. I mean, we're going to open the fall with 150 positions, and that's FTE that are open. We have plenty of places for people to go. And in fact, we would love to work with the folks on the other side of the table to ensure that we fill all of those positions as quickly as possible with qualified applicants, regardless of whether they're coming from general ed or special ed.
I think what's confusing, please come forward, the guy behind you, tell me who you are, but I think what's confusing us is you saying we are working to place them, and they're saying they're not, they're being laid off. So
the people that are, Tim Asfazer, HR officer, the people that are affected, HR has done everything we can to try to place as many of the people that were in the excess pool into vacant positions that are equal or a higher level than they were in. We got to the point where we don't have any more positions for them to go to, and that's why these positions are before you today. What we can say though is with the plan to have a set allocation for each school site, where we have a library assistant or a library tech at schools, a health assistant, those positions, we will have additional positions where there will be vacancies, and our job in HR is to try to work with the people that are affected to try to get them qualified to fill some of those other positions that are becoming available. So we're going to make every effort to assist those people to move into those other positions. But the positions that are before you today are positions that are being eliminated because the school sites cannot work with them in the budget that they have for their school year for next year.
But I guess, so if we are going to work with people to place them in positions that are going to come open in the fall, are we going to lay them off before we do that?
Yes, we have to. We have to eliminate the positions that they're in. We're not going to have the guidance assistant positions. We need to eliminate the positions and then work with them. They have to be qualified for these other positions. We have to work to try to assist them to meet the qualifications for a health tech position or a library assistant position. So that's what we're going to work with them on. Assist them with their applying for the positions and qualifying for the positions.
Well, just, that sounds good, but human resources, it seems sometimes to be like an oxymoron to me. If it's a personnel division and your job is to fit holes, people in holes, that makes more sense to me. But what the implication about human resources is that you are working to maximize the value of the resources we have. So, as I look at this, and I'm pretty simple, I think. Others will say otherwise, but I think if I look at a part-time job for a attendance assistant bilingual, I got one here just North Park Elementary. I know we're closing that school, so I'll try to find somebody else. But here's a attendance, it doesn't say where, but it says special ed, 10 months, and you don't have that job anymore. Well, I happen to know what attendance assistants do. They are the input of the data that provides us with the ADA that we need to pay everybody else's salaries. Okay, and there's others like that. I'm not going to go to each single place. The campus security aid. How nice it would be to think that some school where you have behavioral assistance for special ed kids, that you did away with the security aides. I mean, if you need a behavioral assistant, then somehow imagines that when these kids are going between classes, you need some kind of, I'll call it campus supervision for the same kind of thing you do for the kid who needs, even when they're with a teacher, some kind of behavioral assistance. Now, I'll just leave that alone. But even though you take this, here's a third of a position. How, this is a big district. So you're at, let's say you're at Lincoln High School or maybe Memorial or San Diego High, and you get a notice that you're going to get a job someday. But you know where it's going to be? Maybe it's going to be in Canada. That's probably not too far away. But it might be at Scripps Ranch. Who's going to care if they've, I'm hearing from people, we're leaving, I'm parents. My kid has got a special ed assistant, an SET, for example. That SET knows my kid, works with my kid regularly. I understand that they understand what that kid needs, how to serve them. And yet you're saying, okay, they're interchangeable. We'll just send them off to Scripps Ranch from Linda Vista. It ain't going to happen. These people aren't making enough money to get to Scripps Ranch. So when you say you're maximizing human resources, you're basically saying we're just treating them like a number. And the number is how we operate our business. And we don't care about whether or not they have already got an established relationship with kids or with a skill in the job. But we're saying, no, we got a slot there, and we're going to fill them up. Therefore, you guys don't need to feel guilty about laying them off. Well, I do. Okay? And I don't mind the first three on here, which are major supervisory people. You know what I mean? But I honestly believe the amount of savings that are in this long list of, I'll call it the paras, that are in special ed, they're with kids. They're not like supervisors. They're people that are walking around helping kids day to day in a classroom. Okay, I feel really bad about taking that person and saying, thanks a lot for working for your minimum wage or whatever we paid them, but now you don't even have a job. And I could replace you with some other person somewhere who's never been trained, but I got an opportunity to just fill up that hole with it's another job, so somebody's going to take it. That's not human resources. That's personnel administration.
You know what, Mr. DeBeck, if you say...
So what I'm going to say is this. When it comes to vote on this, I'm voting against the last two in favor of the first two. And that may not save all the money we plan to save, but maybe we ought to find some money somewhere else.
Well, I think if we
are
replace
these positions,
four
I'm going to ask
people-
again, are these positions vacant? Because the room keeps saying they're vacant.
Yes.
The last set of positions, the ones on the last 3 pages, are vacant positions. And the first set, they're mostly general ed positions that were cut at the school site level.
They were not cut by you or your staff. They were positions.
We don't
that were
have the
eliminated.
ability to cut guidance assistants or avid assistants.
I think it needs to be clear to the board what you're saying. And again, we've heard the word transparency. We just need to be very clear. What you're saying is these are positions that were site decisions made at the site by the schools. As they balanced their budget, as they got new dollars, they could have taken those dollars and reemployed these folks had they wanted to in many situations. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Human Resources met with each individual school to go through their workbook, look at their allocations, and determine what their staffing would be for both classified and certificated.
So in many cases, when they eliminated one of these positions, they were using these dollars to do something else, to hire someone else, to hire a vice principal, or to do something else. Just want to be clear about all this.
Hire a vice principal to also, we had a resolution to have a library tech, a library assistant, a librarian at school sites, so that drove some of the decisions that sites made.
I think I can't speak for all the board members, but the struggle that I have, Superintendent, and I heard you just say you met with the school site. What I expect from the leadership is that when people at school sites may be cutting things to balance their budget, they're not cutting things that are going to be essential that will cause us to end up in a lawsuit or lose our ADA. I think that's what I expect. I am very frustrated. If you haven't noticed, I am very frustrated at this whole process, because you can't have people standing in front of me saying that people are losing their jobs and you're telling me the positions are empty. That doesn't wash. Okay, so somehow, Superintendent, we have to get to the bottom of this, because we understand very clearly that we have an economic situation here. We understand that, and we understand that we have to balance our budget, but we also put children first. And certainly right now, the way I am really not understanding this, I would say lay the 4 of you off and keep the other people. Okay, that's because they're with children. That's not for a hand clap, but they're with children, and children is why we're here. And so if the school sites can't provide what is going to end up costing us more in the long run, we're just now, and Dr. Arun, you know this, we're just now lowering the amount of suits we have against the district in special ed. We're just now getting a hold of our special ed situation. And I made it very clear to you in May that we're not going to go any other direction. Okay, so Superintendent, I think we've had enough conversation here. I'm going to have the board go ahead and vote, but you know that there are some things that we have to work on, and maybe one is my mannerism.
We know, I'm not being critical of anyone's
Dr.
manners.
Evans,
What I'm trying to say to folks is that we've got vacant positions. And whether you eliminate those vacant positions or not, your policy, your administrative procedure and board policy calls for those positions when they're vacant to be eliminated. Now, you can reinstate them later, but that's your policy, and I'm listening to staff telling me that those positions are vacant. Now, this is about the second or third meeting where we have brought this to you, and we have, and it's on the agendas, you can see, only to table it and bring it back, and we keep asking Arun, are you sure these positions are vacant and that no one's going to be out of work? And he keeps saying yes.
Actually, let me clarify. The second set on there, where it says at the top, vacant positions, those are vacant.
Right.
The first set are filled positions. And those positions are not vacant.
But again, those positions have been eliminated at the site level.
Were eliminated at the site level, not by special education.
And I want your assurance. I'm talking to Arun now, please. I want your assurance, because of something Board President Jackson said. In your opinion, have any of these decisions at the site level to eliminate positions, have those decisions in any way jeopardize the district as far as legal action may be concerned? Just your opinion's all I'm asking.
I can't speak to the ones at the site level. What I can speak to is that there are some special education cuts that are filled positions there. But what we have tried to do in the filled positions is find a position for the affected employee in order to ensure that they're not laid off, that they're not out in the street. That's been our goal through this entire process. Now, I can't speak to what's happening on the general ed side, but I can say that our primary goal, 2 goals, increasing student achievement and ensuring compliance with the law. And, again, we didn't want to make any cuts, but we believe we can still meet those goals with moving forward, even under this context.
Okay, just clarify
we have
the special ed. The 60 positions
please
have no
stop.
people.
Okay, please stop. Okay, Dr. Evans wants to speak, followed by Mr. DeBeg, and Ms. Nakamura.
Okay, I think we've talked about two issues. One is what we have at the school sites and what we need to keep the schools operating and what positions can be eliminated and which ones are vacant and so forth. And we have gone at previous meetings with Mr. Ramanathan and others over that about what is an acceptable level to operate in terms of the number of positions and so forth. But I think I have been operating in some ways similar to what some of the employees have been operating under in terms of certain reassurances that these things will work out. And I'm talking about from an employee or a human resources, as Mr. DeBeck is saying, point of view as far as how these people are treated. My thought would have been that if it came to the point where people were actually going to not have continued employment with the district, that the board would be notified of that first, and then we would make a decision about can anything else be done to place these, or is there some humane way to do this. I'm not claiming, with all the different changes we've made, I'm sure it's not going to come out 100% perfectly and matched up. But we're getting it all kind of jumbled here because there are some positions eliminated, and I understand the vacant positions and so forth. But the other issue is we're going to lay off this employee in July, and then it sounds like they can, apply to have a job in September, and they may or may not have that. Whereas I think from a humane point of view, it would be, let's have the discussion first. We're not going to need this position. Let's find if there's somewhere to have it. And then if there's a bureaucratic procedure as far as issuing a notice and doing so forth, that would be secondary to dealing with the employees. So I guess what I would like is that as a board, we get a real clear picture of, okay, we're eliminating these positions, okay, these number of people are being transferred or moved in or trained for something else, and these people have been left out. And so we see real people, real human beings, and now we make a decision about what to do about it. But it sounds like it's just all gotten mixed together, and not without us knowing it. People are getting layoff notices, and we didn't feel like we made that decision. Okay, that's just a comment.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at the exhibit just on paras alone. In the back of it's the last in the series of all the stuff we got to comb through, and it says it's dated July 14th, which is pretty recent.
Today.
Number of positions affected is 141. Positions eliminated, 53 are vacant, 81. Okay. Positions reduced, 7 are vacant. That comes up with 60. So even on that one line portion of this exhibit, there are people that are losing their jobs. And if you want to bring us a resolution about all the vacant positions in the district, bring it. Then we won't have this arguments about people who talking about, but you're mixing them. So there's got to be a half a dozen, maybe a bunch, looks to me like about 30-some, that are losing their jobs. So to say they're all vacant is not true. Portions of them are. Then you're saying, well, we're trying to find them positions even though we're laying them off. We all know about the rights of reemployment. It's the same job, but if you change the job, they don't get it. You just change the job title and they're not eligible for it anyway. You can't change a SAT into a health tech necessarily. You might find a few that can transfer, but you're not necessarily going to find the same qualifications for those two jobs. That's as close as I could come to actual ones that I know about that have some experience that would be overlapping. But you just don't find that kind of automatic lateral transfer just like that. Okay, so then we go to. I look at more than one issue, and I'm sorry we run out of time when I get into this stuff. But so in one of the coming agenda items, we have a discussion. This board's going to make it of how we're going to use $16 million in ARA funds that we're getting, and the purpose of those funds. Spends funds quickly to save and create jobs and avert layoffs. Well, we're not talking about $16 million. We're talking about maybe a few $100,000 of people who are minimum wage or close. So why couldn't we have figured out some way to figure out how to adapt some of the ARA to solve this problem? So, because I get these things separate, I'm not supposed to look at the two and make a comparison, but I do. Surprise, surprise. So now then, I'm going to vote no on the whole damn thing, and I'm going to wait and find out if somebody can figure out a way to use ARA funds to solve this problem we're discussing right this minute.
Ms. Nakamura, please.
So I pushed my button.
Ms. Nakamura, please.
Okay, on behalf of the 4 people standing in front of us who have been very hardworking, exceptionally qualified, really wonderful people, I want to apologize for any statement that was made to you. You've carried the burden of this and have made these decisions. And I want you to know how much I respect and appreciate the work that you do, because I know how much you care about these departments and these people. And this is not easy work, and you do not deserve the comments that were made to you. All right? I really, from my bottom of my heart, I want you to know that. I agree as far as comments made about sharing the load. I don't believe the load has been shared in this budget. And, you know, it troubles me. I'm not saying that none of these needed to happen, but I think that we could have done a better job. And I think it's disingenuous of this board that prides itself on going over this budget with a fine-tooth comb to have missed something so obvious that you cannot have a budget crisis of this size and not lay anybody off. How you could not know that and this has been brought in front of us at least 3 times, that this was going to be the result of this is, I think, pandering to the audience and pretending that you didn't know. All right? If you didn't know, that's just simply incompetence. And if you did know, then you're pandering to the audience. So I don't understand. I don't understand how that, even any of these statements can be made. I think it's unfortunate. I think this is a crisis that we've got in this budget. We have a huge, huge budget crisis. These are positions that I think are important. And again, these 4 employees who've had to carry the water in making these decisions and have come before us and talked with us about this repeatedly don't deserve the comments that have been made to them. This is a budget crisis. It's difficult, and we're going to have to lay some people off. I think we should have shared the load a little more equitably, but I'm going to have to, in the interest of balancing this budget for the state of California and the documents that we submitted to the Office of Education in San Diego, or the County Office of Education, we said that we were going to balance the budget, and unfortunately we've painted ourselves into a corner, and this is exactly how we're going to have to balance the budget. And my apologies to the anxiety and that it's causing anybody in this room. It's a difficult situation, and none of us, not one of the people sitting up here on the dais, not any of you out there, and certainly not any of the families that are going to be facing the results of these decisions, and not any of the children in our schools that may not have the type of support that they need or may lose a very special person for them. Albeit they may be replaced by someone else. This stinks, and it's terrible, and it's just too darn tough. But I really do want to apologize to you. We could lose, by talking to people like you in that way, we could lose some very capable people within this district that have helped us with decisions throughout the last 6 months. You deserve better.
Mr. Barrera, please.
Yeah, the one thing I would agree with Ms. Nakamura on is it's not fair to cast you guys as the bad guys here, and that you're going about this by trying to mislead people or be insensitive. I know that that's not the case, and I know how hard y'all work. I do want to come back to where I am right now. Is I do believe that the message when we approved these budget reductions was that we were eliminating vacant positions, difficult thing to do, but that we could meet the needs of students with this reduction in vacant positions. I do think that there was not a clear message about our employees going to get laid off as a result of these budget reductions. I felt that the message to us was that this was going to be done by placing folks whose positions were eliminated in positions that would open up. I know that you're working on doing that right now. But that same message was communicated to the employees, and I am very concerned that employees were given a message, a few months ago, that they were not going to be laid off, that there were going to be jobs, for them, before they had a chance to make decisions, particularly about taking the CERP or making other decisions with their lives. So it's really, I come back to two things. I'm prepared to make the hard choice, as I was in the budget decisions, to follow up on that and eliminate the vacant positions. I'm prepared to vote for that. What I can't vote for tonight is laying off employees without seeing a clear plan for how we're going to bring those employees back. I believe that plan needs to be worked through between the district and the classified employee units, and I want to see that plan before I'm going to approve layoff notices. So that's my position on where we are in this decision tonight. However, I do want to get clarification, and it's not. I'm not doing this to rake you over the coals, to rake you guys over the coals. I'm doing this to understand about this issue of communication with this district. What was said to employees prior to decisions to take the CERP, for instance? Were employees told you're not going to get laid off? And are some of those employees now, potentially going to receive layoff notices?
Yeah, and you don't need somebody else jumping into this thing, but I think I sat back there for a while. We actually, at the point where we were looking at the allocations, had worked with the unions, with David and Julie and others, in terms of, at that point in time, based on the budget information we had, we actually had 230 vacancies and 180 people that were going to be accessed at that point in time. If you will remember, after that point, we got a $14 million additional cut, plus some other things that came in, which caused us to have to go back. We actually had worked out, and I think David will agree and the others, and maybe they won't, had worked out that, for instance, on the health techs, we were going to actually take individuals and train them up to be health techs. So we had a plan in place. What's happened is, between that time and the end of when we adopted the budget, we got additional major reductions, and we actually had to find the money to be able to cut. And nobody wants folks to lose their job, and I can tell you that we have looked extensively, we've talked about extensively, how can we place these individuals. So you're right, a lot of these are vacancies. But I would also say to you that I know that when we looked at the budget and we talked about library techs, that we were cutting positions out of the schools that had already been allocated. And so we knew there were going to be some cuts. And these are hard decisions, and nobody wants to make them. But I would say to you that there has been some transparency along the line. But you all know as well as I do, the numbers have constantly changed. And I expect, just like you do, that before September, we're going to get additional changes in terms of what our budgets are going to look like. So I'm not advocating one way or the other, but I think we need to clarify the fact that these cuts were based on the budgets that were approved and going forth. And maybe we were wrong. We were trying not to let people go. We were trying not to cause the bumping process in April. Circumstances changed. And so if that's a responsibility, then I will take that responsibility.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor already. You guys can sit down.
That's right.
And I think, that can be. You want to go ahead and do that, because I was going to.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what I would, along the lines of what Mr. Barrera was saying, what I would propose is that we approve as we did previously, I think, in the reorganization, the the elimination of the management positions, and then on the other, which is the first few at the beginning. And then for the other part, that we approve only eliminating the vacant positions, and that we send it back to staff for information about how the other people can be lined up and how that shakes out, and come to some decision at that point with further information.
I asked for clarification on that, and so I took mine and put them in there's 5 different groups here.
Okay,
the
fine.
Supervisory group, the management group, the confidential group, OTBS, and the Paris, where it seems to be where there's some.
Okay, the first three. The first one is
with the supervisory.
One supervisory.
The management, and the confidential.
And the confidential was how many?
The confidential is 1.
Okay. So, right. So those 3 are in one category.
Yes.
So in category 1, I would move to modify the amendment to approve those, the elimination of those services, and then in category 2, I would move that we approve eliminating the vacant positions, take no action on the others, and send that back to staff so that the different departments, special education, sites, and human resources can work together to find out how to solve that problem.
Okay, so the amendment would be that we would go ahead and accept supervisory, management, confidential, and any other vacant positions. Yes. Is the maker of that motion okay with that?
I have a question. No, I'm the maker of the motion.
the original motion, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have a question. Okay, if we delay this any further, there's 45-day notice, is there not? Mr. Morris, who do I need to... Mr.
If the 45 days notices will not kick into effect for those positions that you don't vote to approve until you come back to approve.
And basically what that does, as you all know, right, wrong, or indifferent, it impacts the amount of savings.
Exactly, that's more payroll out the door every single day, right?
Only if they're 12 months.
Yes.
Only if they're 12
More
months.
payroll, more people working.
Not if they're 10 months.
Well, but so I don't accept the motion. So we can vote on this and then we can...
You don't accept the amendment?
I don't accept the amendment.
Well, the amendment can be seconded by somebody.
If somebody seconds the amendment, we can vote on it.
I second the amendment.
Okay.
What was it?
So let's just vote on the amendment.
Can we give you some additional information?
Can I just get this out first? Okay.
Point of question. Does the maker of the motion have the right to refuse the amendment?
No.
You can refuse to consent to it, but if it's seconded, then you need to vote on the amendment.
Yes. Okay. So the amendment we're voting on is to eliminate supervisory, management, confidential, and all other vacant positions. Okay. So can we vote on that?
Yes.
Well, wait a minute.
Vote on the amendment.
That's the amendment.
But I know what it is, but I'm looking at the chart.
Okay.
And according to the chart, we have, one position. I'm trying to get this all straight because it's not all on one page. So I'm sorry about that. But
she hasn't laid out.
If you look at this, I prefer to just send it all back and have them fix it than I would to pick out, single out, let's say, one position, vacant position or not. Let them bring back, if they want to bring back action, let them bring back action which is all vacant positions, and then another action which is all whatevers. Instead of us sitting up here and trying to pick and choose between the different exhibits, I'd rather just say, okay, bring it back. I vote no. It doesn't change anything except for the 12-month employees, because the 10-month employees already got... they're not going to be working during the summer anyway. So then we've got time to fix that. And the amount of savings for 12 months, I don't see that many 12 months on this list anyway. Maybe 5 or 6 jobs, and they're all administrative. So, that I can see. But what I don't like is us sitting up here inventing new motions to go around an unacceptable exhibit.
Well, I think it's already been accepted, so...
So I'm not going to vote for the amendment or the original. I just don't want any of it.
All right. But because we do have a motion and a second on the floor for the amendment, we have to take care of that. Okay. And that passes 3-2. Okay. So the amendment to the motion is that we approve the elimination of the management supervisor, confidential, and all vacant positions that has been approved to the motion.
So now we vote on that motion.
Now we vote on that motion.
Okay.
Do you want the other information?
Oh, I'm sorry. There's some other information you wanted to share real quickly?
My name is Meryl Lillette, and I'm a confidential HR assistant, and I'm the one that actually does the bumping. And as the board meeting was going on, I can talk to the fact that I've started the bumping into OTBS, and I've started with the supervisory level that have bumped back into the OTBS bargaining unit. So far, I'm all the way down to the school clerk 2 positions, and out of those positions where people are bumping back, there is only 2 people so far that will be totally laid off because there's no positions for them to go into. Those 2 people, we have vacancies that are coming up that we're going to offer those positions that they can be trained into.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll still vote.
Okay.
They get layoff notices, and then they get the bumping rights.
Again, what we're trying to do in terms of, and you know this, in terms of reorganizing, when you do that, you don't have this, you eliminate a manager position. The manager position had an administrative assistant or a secretary. So you eliminate this position, and you've got this person sitting here. So if you don't eliminate this position too, who is that person going to work for, and what are they going to do? Now, we can assign them and find them work to do. But as you have eliminated this management position, now you eliminate this slot, but you go back and find a place for this person to go. And that's what they've been trying to communicate, perhaps not as clearly as we should have, what they've been attempting to do. As you've just heard this lady say, she's got places for everybody right now today, but 2. Not the 60 or not the 80, but 2. And she has told you that she thinks that she will have positions for those 2 folks. So,
okay. So they can come back and report to us on that. So we can vote.
Okay, we
Call the question.
still have a motion on the floor, and the current motion on the floor has been amended that we would vote to eliminate the supervisory, management, confidential, and vacant positions that have been given to us to date. Okay,
vote.
Please vote. Okay, that passes 4-1. The rest of those can come back at a different time. Superintendent Greer.
Bring it back to the next meeting.
I know that every week we got a meeting, so it's not like we. Okay, let's take up item F05, and then we'll take a short break. Can I get a motion for F05, please?
So moved.
What's this? Where are we?
F05.
Agreement with the Administrators Association regarding Delta Dental.
Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any board comments?
No.
Please vote.
Okay.
We'll take a 15-minute break. Yeah. Violence. We're going to thank you for your patience. We're going to get started. I'm going to ask all the board members to take their seats. I would like to, if the board members don't mind, take a couple of items out of order because we have a lot of audience waiting that needs to get home to families. I'd like to take item GO2 next, followed by item HO1 after that. GO2. And GO2 is our American Recovery Reinvestment Act funding. And Dr. Greer, Dr. Morris, and Dr. Campbell. We've got 3 doctors in the house. This should be really
I'm
good.
sure about that. They can't treat anything. So I can remember once visiting a kindergarten class and teacher introducing me, and the kid started crying, and she said, "What's wrong, honey?" And he said, "I don't want a shot." And we had to reassure him we weren't going to give him one. But what we're doing tonight is this is akin to a combination of a first reading and a recommendation. Basically, what Dr. Morris and Brenda would like to do is just basically go over some different options for you to be thinking about and considering. The board needs to adopt a plan of how you want to spend the $16 million in federal stimulus money. The how you spend those dollars has been very clearly articulated. You know those. Many of you have been to Council of Great City School workshops. These monies are earmarked, and our districts are strongly encouraged to use them on the lowest performing 5% of your schools, particularly in year one. In addition to that, they are looking for a degree of innovation and creativity. But I think earlier on someone talked about, and also a part of these funds were how we could maintain jobs. And I think that's important. So part of this presentation, there's only going to be tonight one recommendation coming from staff about how to spend these dollars. And that is going to be centered around your 15-to-1 class size reduction. And we need a decision from you. I know you don't like to make decisions separate and apart sometimes, but we need to notify teachers and we need to notify schools because we don't want that bumping process to start either. And many times that type of you talk about how you treat people. I think that's the way we should go if you decide that that's a strategy that's amenable to the majority of you.
Okay, so may I?
So, Chuck, you're on.
But what I heard you say, and I want to make sure I understand it, is that you just talked about Idea 7.
Idea 7 is what Chuck is going to just answer any questions you might have about some of these proposals. The one that we're recommending and that I'm asking you to vote on tonight is Idea 7, which is our class size reduction in some of our schools most impacted by poverty. As you know, we had about 184 kindergarten through 5th grade teachers that we were struggling with places to place, and this will allow us, if I'm not mistaken, to place approximately 80 of those positions.
So could we have our presentation?
All right.
And then we have...
The total amount, though, is $16 million.
We have 16, and we're asking you tonight to...
that proposal that you're talking about is $7 million.
That's exactly right.
So if we said that proposal is what we agreed to, we don't or not, but I mean, if we did, then we're talking about another gap of another $7 million or so that we could find on another one of the ideas.
Yeah, that we'll come back to you.
To have a game plan.
Exactly, that we'll come back to you with a recommendation, and of course the final decision's yours.
And we'll give you some clarification on that. Basically, I'm just going to state that we got a total of $16 million, but if you look through this, there are some things that we have to do in terms of set-asides, and part of that is parent involvement, and part of that is professional staff development that we need in terms of a system going into program improvement. There was another area that we were going to ask to request a waiver, and that was for the SES and transportation choice issues. That would be equivalent to 20% or about another $3.2 million. So we're going to ask that the board give us permission tonight, if you will, to go ahead and request that waiver. Because most of that money ends up going to transportation, and we think it can be better utilized within the schools in terms of student achievement. We're going to go through these quickly. We're not going to spend a lot of time. If you have questions, please stop us. But one of the first things that we would like to look at, and I'm going to turn it over to Brenda for an explanation, is that we would like to look at $3.5 million to go to backfill funds that we lost after we received the stimulus money. Brenda?
Okay, I would like to just reiterate the information to ideal number 1 and to let you know that this is going to be 100% direct service to kids at schools in terms of the $3.5 million. Just to give you more emphasis about the information that you have in your document, CDE preliminary projected Title I allocation of revenue was $44 million. After the required LEA reserves that Chuck mentioned, it was set aside for $24 million as a result of the reservations being set aside. You may recall in March that the board approved the distribution of the $24 million to the school sites and looking at eligible schools ranked by percentages of students that were eligible for free and reduced lunch, and that was decided in March for the $24 million. Following that, we got our ARRA money, and that was $21 million. And CDE decided to reserve for their use the portion of the district's Title I entitlement of $3.5 million. And that is a hold harmless clause that they're entitled to take the funds and set it aside for their portion and for their use. As an SEA, they decided to exercise their rights, and they kept the $3.5 million, which results in a loss to our 24 that we were allocating to the school sites. So I am asking you to consider replacing by offsetting $3.5 million back to the 24 so that we can give the correct allocations to the schools as we had promised earlier.
Okay, I just have a question about the chart.
Yes, number 1.
I support that.
Okay.
I think that just reinstates
what they took,
what we cut.
Yeah.
So that would be like the bottom line original kind of let's do it.
Correct.
I'm only speaking to this now because I think what you need is some kind of recommendation on those things that the board consensus is, whether we vote on it as first reading or second reading. You may want to act on how the board feels in advance.
Yeah, I'm confused because the agenda item says action, but I think Dr. Greer said this is a first reading. Is this a first reading or is this an action?
If you remember, I said it was a hybrid of a first reading. We're going to give you the ideas, but we were going to ask you to, frankly, I was going to ask you to approve the 14-1. I didn't know Brenda wanted you to reinstate the 3.5, but I'm good to go with that. That's not a problem.
Well, I just want to ask a question about the chart here.
Well,
yes.
Okay. And on the chart, the first one is at $3.5 million. Mm-hmm. It says number of schools or staff. Okay, I'm clarified now because it says school/staff. So it's 145 schools, but no staff.
Well, and I think
because
it's
the next
important.
line said no, and I was wondering how that wouldn't affect.
Well,
jobs.
And I looked at that, and I would say to you that if you restore the $3.5 million, it probably will save some staff, because if they have to go back in and cut, then that could result in staff. I guess we were looking at they would try to save the people, but it could result in staff cuts.
Okay. I was just kind of, a little bit confused. All right.
So what happens if we did not approve backfilling this? That all the schools, the Title I schools, would have to go back and redo their Title I at a lesser figure than what they originally did.
That's correct.
Okay. So that block should be yes, not no. Then
Yes.
Is it okay?
That's okay.
Okay, I can understand that now. So, seeing as that's one of the items that they would like to have us do tonight, Mr. DeBeck has indicated it's okay. Do you want to do a motion on just that one item so they can know it's
So moved.
I personally like to make, if you want to have a motion. I'd make a motion to agree to in advance, or do it right now, to vote on Idea 1 and Idea 7.
Idea 1 and Idea 7, okay. It's been moved and seconded, Idea 1 and Idea 2. Okay, we'll continue conversation.
The second item is we were asked to take a look at what it would be.
Discuss it or not?
We'll let him.
Okay, but we have item on the.
We want to do those two items right now.
Oh, you want us to go through those two?
Those two, yes.
Okay. The other one, as Dr. Guerra said, is there are actually 12 API 1 and 2. We did some research after we had submitted this, because 2 of those schools do not have space in order to put those in there, which would result in somewhere between 78 and approximately 80, because those were rather small schools. So it would be 12 API 1 and 2 schools. I believe it was Golden
Hill,
Bernie and Golden Hill, who do not have space. And I'm going to clarify. They may be able to have space this year. Because of the growth, they would not have space at all next year. So we could do it for 1 year, but we would not be able to do it for the next year, so you would only be looking at a one-time
You could also use the control for the experiment without doing it at all.
Well, I would say to you that the control for the experiment is no longer exists, because some of these schools were not part of the original 30.
But see, the original plan was to have an experiment with the control, and if we don't have a control group, then why should we support the idea?
Well,
see, I have a note before on all these that I got before I ever got to this point, which is, where's the evaluation on the effectiveness of any of these decisions? There's not one single case here where these ideas have in them a plan or a premise of what kind of evaluation would mean that was result in what it is. These are ideas that are proposed to have success. But then, if we don't have any evaluation model built in for whether they're successful or not, we're in ignorance, even though we spent, $500,000 or $4 million on the program. So I can't support any idea that doesn't have an evaluation in it. The reason for the 15-to-1 that was originally proposed was the idea there would be a controlled experiment to prove to San Diego that the things that were learned in Kentucky were transferable to San Diego. Because I remember previous administration making assertions that, aids were useless because in Kentucky they proved they weren't. But the problem was they didn't have anything to do with bilingual instruction or anything to do with the problems that we have that aids have something to do with. So to just transfer somebody's experiment to San Diego is part of the reason why we want to validate that, would be then to prove once and for all that 15-to-1 is better than 20-to-1 or something else.
And don't
don't do an experiment, I won't vote for it.
Don't disagree with you at all. We're going to have to come up with a different evaluation than what we had originally contracted for, because at that time we had done a random selection of 30 Title I schools. And we had actually contracted with to do that evaluation. With the budget cuts, and when those were eliminated, we didn't proceed with that on the basis that there would be no sequential evaluation the next year on those 30 schools.
And ARA doesn't have any requirement that evaluations is a part of the understanding of how you spend your money?
They do require, and that's the reason I'm saying we're going to have to go back and relook at how we can evaluate these schools, because we're talking about a different evaluation unlike the one that we had planned originally.
But what I'm getting at,
for
there's
the
a
30.
control. If you have schools that don't do something, that's part of your control, isn't it? In an experiment?
Well, but
so we got two schools you can't do it in because of size, but you still could use them as control because they would be schools that didn't implement the 15-to-1. So then find some more that aren't. They're not going to get funded. What they're going to do is get evaluated.
Right.
So we're just discussing the two items that the board have a motion on, which is items 1 and 7. Right. I do have some public speakers. I don't know if you have anything else you want to say about those two items right now.
Yeah, one quick thing I want to say about the item, particularly the one on the 14-to-1 class size. I understand what Mr. DeBeck is saying about the research study. I can also remind the board that when we originally went down this road some time ago, it was my desire and the desire of a good number of my staff to allocate these 15-to-1 class size ratios to our 30 most heavily impacted schools because that's where we thought the need was. But the board would not approve that. The board said if you want to do this as a pilot, we must do it as a study and must do it as a research-based project, which we ended up doing. And so the reason that we're recommending keeping them in the schools that we're in is because we do think that we will have 2 years of research study from these schools, because where this class size benefits kids is where kindergarten students who start in the program can be in it for 3 years, kindergarten, first and second grade, and where traditionally you've seen the academic growth really take off is at the end of that third year after they've been in that quote treatment class for 3 years.
But the point we needed to make was we didn't all agree on that, and that was part of why we wanted to study. The cohort was a part of the study. In other words, if we didn't have cohorts and we just went 15-to-1, that's one of the controls. Another control would be we have the cohorts and 15-to-1, and I assumed that we had one which was cohorts but we didn't have 15-to-1.
Right.
Okay, so we need to either follow through or don't use the 15-to-1 idea as a way of telling me how to spend the money.
Okay, let me just add one more thing to that. And on our charts, if you look at it, at item number 7, if you come across, it says sustainability, continuing commitment. It has no, and it says meet Title I statutory requirements, requirements. It says no as well. So let me call the people that want to speak, and then board members, we'll get ready for the next round of conversations. We have David Page, Camille Zamaro, Tricia Novog, Valerie Colby, Amanda Eisenbauer, and Cindy Martin. Okay. David, you want to start us off?
My name is David Page. I live at 9393 Angwin Place in San Diego, zip code 92123. I serve as a chairperson for the District Advisory Council for Compensatory Education. This particular chart was brought to our DAC meeting kind of as an advisory thing. There were a few initial reactions at the DAC meeting that were substantial. Specifically, I don't have the document in front of me, but there was a training on there for the school site councils for $4.5 million. They laughed hard. To spend that kind of money on training that would not necessarily result in residual support for the school site councils didn't seem appropriate. We have a question. Who's the organization, and is there going to be residual support? Does anybody here know?
Okay.
We weren't able to know who was doing this $4.5 million of work.
Okay. It is down to 2.9 now, and
we were looking, David, we were considering several different options. One was a partnership between the University of San Diego and others to provide that type of training. And yes, there would be ongoing residual training available.
Okay.
On that point about sustainable continuing commitment, I don't believe that you could say yes to any of these.
Yeah, I agree.
See, the point is that we're not making a decision on whether or not we're going to go down that path for future years. We're talking about the stimulus dollars that are around around this category. So then, if somebody says intensive reading instruction to low-performing students at grade 4, 6, and 9 at the PI 1 to 5. we could say, yes, we want to do it. It's going to cost us $8 million, but we're not saying we're going to do it every year from here on out. And so we can't say yes, and yet that's exactly what it says in this chart. So it's just basically somebody's opinion. I got opinions too. One is that there isn't a possibility under the current environment that we could say that anything is sustainable unless we commit the money and set aside reserves to do it.
Right.
And if we haven't, then you can say our intent is to make it sustainable, but not necessarily that we've committed to make it. Because you have to set aside a reserve and say, we're putting aside district dollars, whether we get it from the feds or not, to sustain it.
Okay.
Well, one of the points I was trying to make with this kind of training is I do believe this. I believe if you train your internal staff and groups of parents who you think or we think are going to be associated with us for a long period of time, they can provide that training, and that training can be sustained over time. I think it's a mistake to spend these dollars in ways, particularly around staff training, that you can't train teachers and central staff and parents and others to sustain some of this training as we move along, because as you and I discussed before, that's needed, particularly with site-based councils.
Right. So what the DAC felt about that particular issue, and that's not their only issues with this list. Overall, this list seems to be rather haphazard and thrown together. The idea for the particular cluster of schools where you've got to be determined for the amount it costs and why that particular cluster, and those kind of things don't seem to be real clear. Many of these ideas don't seem to be really developed yet. But one thing that we felt about that particular issue of school site training, we believe that this document should include quite a bit of training for all the experienced teachers you've let go and all the administration you've let go that oversees Title I money. There should be a lot of training involved here. This district used to think nothing of $100 million of training, and we're looking at $16 million. But I do hope that you're being cognizant of the reserves that are going to be taken out of there, and if you spend $8 million on one project, that may be most of the money. So we're looking for training as a primary thing to be done once and done well, maybe 2 years in a row, and overseen. Specifically, though, with school site councils, we're hoping that you would, instead of spending this money on an outside organization, enhance the group of people that you have currently already employed. The training in San Diego Unified was not flawed. The problem was it didn't have the full force of the superintendent and the SAO behind it for daily oversight. Given the amount of reports that this board is asking to get from the school site councils, from the effects of their site plans, I would think that you'd be more interested in paying for daily oversight than training. The training that we've had, like I said, is good. This district, and I can tell you I know from looking across the state, has one of the best templates for its school site plan. And if you would only implement it in the manner that Debbie Beldock set it up and use the county office of ed that doesn't cost you anything to continue developing that and to do the training for these school site councils, maybe a minimal amount of what is now doubled in the way of the parent involvement money, that 1% set aside, you now have 1% of the $16 million set aside for parent involvement to use that with district staff, which means employment, to continue to train school site councils and do some oversight by bringing back maybe a couple of the teacher staff that were overseeing these school sites. The problem was you didn't have enough support for the school site meetings that happen on a monthly basis. This university is not going to come into our district with an understanding of what we do by procedure and be able to supply that daily support of that. And so we're asking that we work on creating a timeline so that the district knows when it does what it does, that it works on a website for transparency, which the district already has some staff available to do that work. We're thinking of, do you have my document that I gave? Okay, so I don't necessarily have to repeat this word for word, but just for $250,000, you could come up with a fair amount of oversight within the district and not have to hire an outside organization. That's a substantial amount of money. The idea for this first one, though, for the spending of the $3.5 million, the DAC is behind that because you don't want to send all your principals back to the drawing board with the site plans at this time. It's really is sustainable in the issue of next year we'll know how much money we have, and you'll be able to better plan as a school site when we get our next allocations. So we're in support of the first suggestion. But we do expect to see more listings for professional development in here, and taking that very seriously given the number of new teachers that you're going to have and new administrators.
David, I just wanted to, I am interested, thank you for your for laying out your ideas, and I am interested in that. But is this right now the product of the DAC, or is this your ideas?
Let me explain the problem.
Yeah.
It came to our December meeting, which was our final meeting. There was no real opportunity for development of this because it came so late. This district knew for how long it would receive some sum in millions of dollars for these kinds of programs, and yet there was no initiative from district staff to come to the DAC and say, what if we had $20 million? Okay, we're off too, but at least we had a conversation. The conversation waited way too long. It was the assumption that this money is going to be spent on these cluster programs, which I hope they don't happen because they're not appropriate for distribution. And even now I'm listening to people talk about how we can just take this ARA money and just spend it here and there to supplant things that we just like to have because we don't want to give somebody a notice. That's not how this money is supposed to be spent. And so I threw something together last minute as a person. This really isn't the idea of the DAC. It's if you want to do school site council training, how about doing it this way?
Yeah, so I just personally, I'm interested in your idea, and I think it's something that if you had an ability to go back and sort of discuss this and come back as a DAC proposal, I definitely would be interested.
But we're not in session again until September.
Okay.
The other piece is that I hope you're taking note of the idea of the cluster concept. This district used to use the concept of clusters. Some of the best information came from those meetings when you had the area superintendents, and now we have SIOs who took responsibility for those meetings along with board members. I appreciate the work you're doing down there in the trenches. The idea is that as the DAC chair, it's always been my concern that, great, I informed 3 SSC chair people or 3 SSC members at a school site council meeting at a high school level, but where does it go from there? The community never gets involved, and we must do better than informing the SSC. This must get to the community so that you can get community behind education. That's why you see the rest of this. If there's anything we can do with this money to start some kind of a website or a plan or some training to get communications involved with some of the governance issues and get the community understanding of what we're trying to accomplish in education, I think that'll be helpful. And it may be just the kickstart we can do with this little bit of money, and we don't know where we'll be in 3 years when we run out of that money.
Okay, thank you.
Camille Zombro, President of SDEA, and I'm speaking on behalf of the over 8,000 members of SDEA about our concerns regarding all of the ideas in use of the federal ARAA funds. 3 of the ideas would violate your agreement with SDEA. Another 5 appear to significantly increase the already heavy workload of teachers. And not one of these ideas has been formally presented to the SDEA bargaining team for substantive negotiations. Meanwhile, like most federal legislation, there's no aspect of ARRA which may violate local collective bargaining agreements. I want to call particular attention to the proposal to continue the 15-to-1 class sizes at 14 elementary schools. It's both unfair and incorrect to say that SDEA opposes class size. In fact, we are the only consistent force in the district that has worked to protect and reduce class size. SDEA's position has always been clear. Maintain class size in order to stabilize our learning communities, and lower class size for all students at all levels, giving priority to our most challenged schools. But this is not about our members, it's about creating a fair, uniform place for children to learn in every school. SDEA was forced to file legal charges against the district in 2008 regarding this exact issue, because this unilateral action was both destructive and divisive. It appeared to us then, and it appears to us now, that this is a cynical move to get publicity and notoriety for the district, regardless of the disparate impact of your plans. The best articulation against unilateral actions was written by an arbitrator in 1995, who ruled in SDEA's case against San Diego Unified, the last time SDEA had to file charges against the district for unilateral changes to class size. The arbitrator wrote, quote, "Unilateral actions are disfavored, A, because of their destabilizing and disorienting impact on employer-employee affairs. B, such actions derogate the representatives, the unions, negotiating power and ability to perform as an effective representative in the eyes of employees and undermine exclusivity. C, such action denigrates negotiations consistent with statutory design under EERA. And finally, D, such action unfairly shifts community and political pressure to employees and their organizations, and at the same time reduces the employer's accountability to the public." The arbitrator later concluded, this is the great quote, "there was no need and little excuse of unilateral action by the Board of Education in this manner. It was an act of political arrogance. In all probability, they could have had the full cooperation of the association had they sought it, and this arbitration would have been unnecessary. I couldn't agree more. We're so disappointed to be standing here with groups of our members standing on both sides of this issue from a school board that said it was committed to collaboration and to treating its stakeholders with respect.
My name is Trina Vong, and I'm a teacher from Balboa Elementary. Balboa is an 80% EL, socioeconomically disadvantaged, Title I API 2 school. We are located in Mr. Barrera's area. Speaking of Mr. Barrera, thank you very much for visiting us, our site a few times. It was a pleasure having you. Balboa's test scores have been increasing over the past 5 years. We've received the Intel Math Award, the Golden Bell Award, and 2 weeks ago, Mr. Barrera congratulated us and spoke to us at our NEA school makeover. Alongside with me are several of my colleagues from our strong Balboa community. Some of the reasons why Balboa has gotten these accolades are because of our staff has an unyielding sense of collaboration and community. Unfortunately, there are several teachers being excessed because of the 24-to-1 class size increase. Not only are we losing these accomplished teachers, but we're losing part of our second family. Along with the loss of our colleagues and the increase in class size, we will be gaining an extra guided reading group in each class, and this means less small group instruction and less time to build rapport with our students. Our increasing test scores will feel the effect. Will they plateau, maybe drop? With an increase with your proposed 24-to-1 ratio, students will not have the close, trusting relationships with teachers, hopefully not resulting in students having more emotional and behavioral issues. Who can our students turn to? The increase in parent involvement, the strong community relations, and positive improvement that we've strived for so many years will diminish. We have worked hard to build a positive name for Balboa, not only locally but nationally, and we want to continue this upswing and improvement. 24-to-1 will compromise our progress. Where would you want your child to go? The parents of our community have 3 choices. Baker Elementary is 3 minutes away and 0.98 miles away, or Emerson Bandini, which is 4 miles away and 1.3 miles away, or stay at Balboa, which will be 24-to-1. As a parent, I know I'd want my child to be in a classroom where she will receive the most academic support. What criteria are you basing your selection on those 14 schools that you're being considered for the 15-to-1 class size reduction? Socioeconomically disadvantaged, API 1 or 2, need. Balboa fits all these criteria, and so do many other schools like us. Our test scores are similar, our population is similar, and our API ranking is similar. Why not treat all API 1 and 2 schools equal? When will Balboa get its chance? Thank you.
Hey, board member comments. I just had. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Where did the speakers go?
Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Comey, and I'm an education specialist at Central Elementary. And I've come here tonight and lasted this long to talk to you about the 15-to-1 ratio. I believe that Central has become an oasis in our community, as other schools which just presented. All of these inner-city schools and schools of dire need have been growing with community and success in the past years. Our parents entrust us with their children to provide a viable education for them. We use multiple strategies to address the diverse needs of our students as we assess frequently to guide our instruction, which comes from our data, to show that we are growing with our academic needs. But there is a golden piece, that carries our students toward success. This is a smaller class size, where oral communication opportunities reach all, and where instruction can be stretched to accommodate the tasting of the next lesson or those who need a second taste of the one they just had. It gives us an opportunity to reach students more frequently and with more individual needs. We have started down a promising road. We started this last year, and we do have data to prove our success. 15 to 1 does make a difference if we're allowed to continue it and to increase the data, which will show it and carry on to other schools. I hope that this focus group is just a stepping stone and will eventually extend to all schools. Thank you.
My name is Amanda Eisenhower, and I'm a teacher at Central Elementary. Thank you, Superintendent Greer, President Sheila Jackson, and the rest of the board. Today I stand before you to ask that you please consider 15 to 1 in API 1 and 2 schools like Central Elementary. I am currently a first grade teacher at Central, and we are fortunate enough to be a part of the 15 to 1 cohort model this year. My career began at Central, teaching in a classroom with 22 students, and this year I noticed the most growth in my students. 13 out of 14 of the students in my class are English language learners, and I have seen incredible growth in their language development, in addition to an increase in their academic progress in literacy and math. I attribute this to the 15 to 1 model, which allows students more time to talk in the classroom, which is integral to their English language development. In addition, I'm able to meet with each of my students every single day in small group instruction across the curriculum. I came into this profession with a heart for serving students like those at Central. I truly believe that the 15 to 1 model gives me the ability to meet each and every one of my students' needs. Mr. DeBeck, you asked for the proof that 15 to 1 is working. I stand here today with my colleagues to show you that every day we see it in our students. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Martin. I'm the principal at Central Elementary, and I'm proud to be standing here this month with the teachers. I came to you last month with parents from Central talking about the gift that the superintendent and the board had given our school last year to give us a 15 to 1 model and the results that we were seeing. The parents that came to speak to you last month was the first time in over a decade that parents from Central Elementary came to address the Board of Education. They used their voice to thank you and to ask you for your support to continue this process. They see what it's doing for their children. We have the opportunity to use these funds in a way that will get results. Central Elementary has been a school where I have served for 6 years. I came to this district from Poway Unified to serve at this school and show how to get results. We've been tracking data for 6 years, and Mr. DeBeck, this school stands ready to continue to look at the results and show the Board of Education. I believe it's our moral responsibility to get results when you are given dollars during a time when other schools are losing money and you're trying to make a decision to put 24 students in some classes. Why should some schools get 15? We need to be able to stand accountable, and our teachers do stand accountable. They collect data quarterly, and we believe that we will be able to lead a strong voice around how to improve student achievement at the API 1 and 2 schools. To be able to continue it in the 14 schools or 12 schools that currently have it and have the room to continue it is a smart way to allocate and use these dollars, and we will continue to show growth with it. I do believe that other schools could benefit, the other group that spoke tonight, if they have the space and they stand ready to stand accountable for implementing the 15 to 1 in a way that will get results. They should be given that opportunity too. The dollars are precious. There's only one piece of pie left and everyone's trying to stick their fork in it. And I believe that you want to make sure the people that are using the money have the space. You can't just put less kids in a classroom and expect to get results. You need leadership from the site. You need to have the physical space. You need to have the professional development. And we have 1 year's worth of growth where I believe that I've engaged the leadership of it as strongly as I can because I have a staff of teachers that are incredibly committed to the work. 43 teachers will be able to stay at Central instead of reducing up to 29 teachers. That would have been accessed to schools that don't need the type of commitment from the teachers we have. So your decision tonight, making the decision tonight instead of waiting till later, will allow teachers that want to serve and get results at a school like mine. And I thank you and urge you to make that decision tonight. Yes.
Are you on the cohort model as well, or just
yes.
15 to 1?
We were cohort and 15 to 1.
Okay. So that's 1/4 of the total experiment, but you have results already that
yes.
you could provide us. Well, that's great. I mean,
yes.
That so far we haven't seen that stuff. So thanks.
Okay.
If you've got some, it's preliminary, I know, but I think it'd be a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Dr. Morris. Was that the last speaker? Yes. That was the last speaker, so you guys can have a seat. Thank you. We'll come back to board discussion. I had a couple of questions. So. Then we'll start on round 2. Dr. Morris, I have a couple of questions.
I haven't had round 1 yet.
I'm going to bring my cohort up because I may not be able to answer.
We'll bring everybody with you. Oh, that it? Okay. Well, he said his cohort, so I was like, okay. Anyway. Looking at item number 7 here, when I look at it, it talks about in the last column that it does not meet Title I regulatory requirements, and I am very concerned about that because, and I think that we were just notified of all of the wonderful, happy districts in the United States. They're going to pick 6 to audit, and they decided to pick San Diego Unified as one of those to audit. And so my first question is about that, and while you're thinking about that one, my other one is about waivers. And I heard you earlier mention that you wanted a waiver, and my concern from waivers become when we grant waivers, and we've done it in the past, we have not monitored those waivers. And when we violate Title I, the use of Title I funds, that has to be paid back out of general funds money. And given the current economic status of this district, we cannot afford to be penalized for doing something wrong to pay money back. Okay, so that's my concern about waivers.
And let me just speak to the waivers. The waivers are there in order to be able to provide more dollars for some of the things that you want to do. So the waivers, in essence, just provide you the additional $3.2 million to make some choices on. The other comment in terms of to make sure we're in compliance, as you know, we are having the GAO come in on Monday. We were one of those systems that was selected just because it was primarily random. I talked to the gentleman who's leading that this morning and asked him the question, because we have been seeking this question over and over again to make sure that we didn't allow you all to make a decision and we'd have to come back and say to you we were wrong and this decision needs to be rescinded, and that deals with a 15-1. Since he is the auditor, I asked him specifically about the fact of whether this would meet the criteria. He did say it does qualify under the statement, and Brenda probably knows the statement better than I do, that allows you to go into a program where the program had to be cut because of funds, as long as it was done in the Title I schools. And then he referred me somebody on to Washington, D.C., and I tried to call that person 3 times today, and they were tied up. So based on what the auditors told us, we do have the ability to use this in this way.
Really a problem. Excuse me. That's really a problem because the line there is yes or no, and it says meets Title I statutory regulatory requirements, and then it says no. And I honestly want to know, how could you say no? What is it that you know about Title I that makes this not one that meets the regulatory thing? It certainly does ERA stuff because it does create jobs. Okay, it may be that it doesn't meet Title I requirements because all the site's governance teams didn't agree to it, or whatever kind of statistical stuff, or that David and company didn't all be a part of the original plan. We could go through that, whether or not there's central power to decide certain things that are good for kids. That argument may be one that I've seen it overturned, that it's basically okay if schools decide that centrally they're going to make some decisions. We have some rulings to support that. Right. But so this says no. Well, that sounds so unqualified that it leads me to believe, that if we do this, we'll be violating Title I provisions. And that can't be true unless you can tell me what actual provisions under Title I we're violating.
I'm going to turn that one.
And I don't think that's true.
There are Title I statutory and regulations that we need to follow, and the main one is not to supplant, but to supplement. And even in the recovery money, they cannot waive the fact of supplanting versus supplement. And every person that I've talked with at CDE, even the federal government, they said, please do not supplant. So I have to tell you, I would be remiss if I didn't, that this is a violation in terms of supplanting and supplementing regulation.
If we use Title I money before.
If you use Title I dollars for class size reduction, you are supplanting. And in the fashion, because with schools, you have to have, with Title I dollars, teachers who are not going to be traditional teachers. They are teachers that are specialized in reading, math, or some specialty within the core subjects, reading and math, that's going to improve student achievement. Additionally, it needs to be for targeted students that you have assessed and you have areas of needs where you have decided a curriculum and instruction is going to be addressing those needs, specifically those needs. That is the definition, and that is the information that I've heard over and over for 30 years. The clause that we're talking about for this recovery funds is inside of the non-regulatory guidance, and it allows districts, whenever you take away from budget cuts, class size reduction because of the budget cuts, to be able to use dollars that are with the recovery money to put in class size reduction. I have to tell you that yes, Chuck got the information that that clause is there. I recognize the clause. I asked questions about the clause. The answer I got is that districts who decide to use it will be under the same obligation that they would be if they supplant it. And that is, when someone takes a look at it, we as a district will have to justify why we use those funds in that fashion. If we're convincing, we won't be out of compliance. But if we're not convincing and there's no evidence, then we are out of compliance.
The question would be that did we use Title I money for this purpose already?
No.
We didn't. Last year, the 15-to-1 was general fund dollars, unrestricted.
Yes,
but that's the point.
I don't.
The point is, here's the key: when you're using Title I dollars, the way that I understand it in terms of lowering class size, you can use Title I dollars to lower class size if you're not using any other types of money, like foundation dollars or grants or other dollars to lower class size. You can use Title I if you're not using any other form of funds to do that, including your general fund dollars.
and that's correct. And I think that's the reason the clause is in there, because it does say that based on the previous year, you could use these. I think what we're also saying is that with these teachers in this 15-to-1, we've got to do something different in terms of training them and to make sure that we do that so that we can make the case. And that's what we would be doing with these teachers at 15-to-1, just to make sure that it didn't look like it was supplanting. But, we've been told that we can use that clause, and I think Brenda's right. We have to be able to justify it, and if we have results, then I think we can have the research and justify it.
You also, in addition to justifying it for results, you're justifying it if you read the Act itself. The very first thing it says is spend funds quickly to save and create jobs and to avert layoffs. And we certainly can say that it meets that justification, can we not?
It's an oxymoron, and we're right. We can save jobs by doing this. That's true.
And I'm sorry, the clause talks about if we're reducing class size that we were otherwise increasing due to budget cuts. Did I hear that right? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Which is exactly what we're doing.
But we already focused it on the most needy schools. So we were already addressing the need in Title I schools in the first place. They were a part of the cohort study.
That's right.
We decided, well, we're not going to do the cohort study unless it benefits the kids that are of the nature of Title I schools, so the schools that are struggling that have Title I kids in it. So last year when we started this, we put in whatever funds we did to improve the lot of those kids by reducing class size and to create an experiment to prove that the cohort and the site and the 15-to-1 or any combination thereof was better than leaving it like it was before. So now then, we have had to force ourselves to cut. One of the cuts was to stop that whole thing. Basically, we said, what we were doing last year is going away.
Right.
So that means that we had to cut jobs because increasing class size cuts jobs. And we're saying, no, we want to continue doing this, and we want to reinstate the program because it helps kids, and two, it keeps teachers employed. How could you argue with that supplanting?
Well, I don't think about arguing with that, but I think the thing, it comes back to what they said to us when we was at the Council of Great City Schools, and we asked about being able to use some of the funding for us to fill in some holes, and they said that no, the funding is something new and creative, and we said, how can you ask us to do something new and creative when we're drowning because the state doesn't have any money? And the response was, we don't care, but this money has to be used for something new and creative. The problem here is that they want us to use the money to help save jobs and things of that nature. However, we can't supplant. And if we're supplanting, that goes against Title I. So again, it puts us in a dilemma where they're saying we want to give you funds to help schools and to help students, but you can only use it certain ways. And that's the dilemma. And my concern right now that I shared earlier is the fact that not only are we being audited by how we use our stimulus funds, we also being audited for our Title I funds. And again, this district cannot afford to be out of compliance because any money that we spend incorrectly for Title I, we have to pay back out of general fund, and we do not have the money.
President Jackson, might I suggest, with your concern, that we just simply ask to bring this back to you at our next meeting. Ask for a written from the Department of Education and the person who is doing the report. We will send them a written explanation of what we were doing, which schools were involved, what we're proposing to do, what we're recommending to the board, and we will ask for written authorization that meets the Title I intent, and if audited, we would have a clean audit as a result. We'd be glad to do that.
I think the board would like to do item number 7, but that would be great for us because we don't want to get penalized later for doing item number 7. So the motion on the floor is that we approve items number 1 and 7 this evening, and it has been motioned and seconded. What's the board's pleasure?
I'd like to amend the motion. I was a maker, I think, that we just implement that we approve those two on the condition that we get some kind of positive report back from the feds on the whether or not the 15 to 1 is appropriate.
Written report, a positive written report.
Frankly, I don't mind. If I can't trust the feds, I can't trust them. But if they're going to give us any assurances, I guess those guys are the ones that will hear it and tell us to us. Well, if you want a written, sometimes you're going to find that a written costs you more trouble than just getting a verbal assurance and a backup. Who said it is as good as, maybe Arnie himself says it. I don't mind.
Well, and I will tell you,
I'll take his word.
We have asked people, we have gotten different, at least I have gotten different opinions. I think Brenda has asked, and in some cases she's gotten maybe vague answers, because this stimulus dollars, it is an oxymoron. On one hand, it says we want you to use it to save positions and people, and then it lays all this criteria down for you. So we'll be glad to try to go ahead. I've got the gentleman's name. I'll continue to try to reach him and ask him something to submit to us in writing. When the auditor walks in here, he's the one that's going to call us out of compliance, because he's the one that's going to do it. Ask him to put something in writing to us.
Well, it's really strange, because let's just use another hypothetical case. Let's say, using the past as a touching point, let's say that we were funding staff developers, okay, and we decided we're going to overstaff schools that needed extra personnel because they were API low, and we're funding them, and then now we can't do it anymore, so we lay them off. But if we hire somebody to do something we did last year, we're out of compliance because we're supplanting. See, the intent of the law is not the same. You can't use old rules for implementing new applications. If this is a stimulus dollars, then why can't it be used for stimulus? And if rehiring somebody that you laid off is the planning, then you can never do that under a stimulus package. That doesn't work.
Yeah, this is just very familiar. During the last budget crisis, we used Title I money to pay Title I teacher retirement, and we were told that's fine, that's okay, you can do that, no problem, and then we've had them come back into the district, and we've had to pay the bill for that just last year. I mean, we absolutely were penalized. And based on my experience with legislation up in Sacramento, good luck getting anything in writing from a bunch of bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., or any other seat of government, because they're not going to want to step up to the plate at all. But when they come around and they audit us, well, they'll be crystal clear about how we've penalized. They'll just be oh so clear, and furthermore, they're going to make us look like idiots. They're going to make us look like idiots in the press. Well, obviously it says right here in Section 24932, AB4, that you can't spend the money that way. What was this school district thinking about? So, and you all over there at the press table are going to forget this conversation conveniently in about a year and a half or two. Okay, so I'm not. Well, first of all, I want to get it out there that I'm not happy with this sheet of paper in the least. And I know all of you have been working really hard, with the budget crisis and figuring it all out. But the conversation we had with Arnie Duncan in Washington, D.C., with a group of other school districts was about innovation. And it is supposed to be about saving jobs, although I'm not sure that President Obama sees saving jobs as necessarily saving our friends. He may think of saving jobs as different jobs outside the school district. The person that creates the science speaker that I've talked about is also a job. The arts people that we could bring into the schools in an innovative way, those are also jobs. There are all sorts of ways we could spend this money that are quote-unquote jobs, but they may not be jobs inside this school district. My problem is about, and that's a debate, but my problem is with innovation, we never even had the conversation. This was all about saving jobs inside this school district, period. And as far as driving, number 2 here, 75% or more of the student with provide all schools with 75% or more their students eligible for free and reduced lunch. Well, I'm looking at those numbers, and I'm looking at the API discussion that we skipped over to have this one, and an API schools that decrease decile rank by 2 deciles include Bayview Terrace, Bernie Elementary, Juarez Elementary, Miller Elementary, Paradise Hills Elementary, Wegeforth Elementary, and I think most of those schools are not going to be eligible for this Title I money because they're lower than 75%. So I'm not sure we know what we're doing up here except trying to save a certain number of jobs someplace, and I don't think that we're using it the best. This is not the best use of money. It's certainly not the innovation that I know that the staff and in the administration of this district is capable of producing. Now, I know we're responding to a particular crisis, but I also know we've got my school district fantasy team, as far as I'm concerned. We've got great people. And Ms. Zombro, it's difficult to have a conversation with you when you won't have lunch with anybody. So, I think that that there's no meeting. I think it would be good to sit down with our teachers and try and figure this out. But you need to sit and talk with the superintendent. Okay, my speech is over. Thank you.
Dr. Evans.
These funds are for innovation. Here's an innovation. Take a school in a high poverty level that's low performing and give them a stable staff. and see what happens, because that is innovative. That's not what happens here or in the United States. That we have these schools where we have the new teachers come in, they put in their 2 years, they pay their dues, they get out of there as fast as they can, a new crop comes through, a new principal comes through. This is an innovation to say, and we just, in terms of research, we received, there was I don't know how research this was, but an article superintendent sent us from Chicago in terms of talking about the problem of the high turnover of teachers in the schools of Chicago. This is an innovation. Now, in terms of dealing with the feds on how we're doing this, calling them up sounds very much like calling the IRS. You can call up and you can call a few different people and ask the question a certain way and come up with a certain answer. I don't think that's the angle to go. I think the angle to go is for us to make an airtight case about what we are doing is the right thing. And so, first of all, it's this innovation of having a stable staff. It's the issue of saving or creating jobs. There's several other things in terms of this is not supplanting, because we had a program, an experiment that was set up with controls and various types of schools, and that experiment was abandoned. The 15 to 1 was abandoned. All the schools were planned to go up to 24 to 1, and then we said, here, we're going to try a new way to do 15 to 1, which is to target these particular schools. And one of the reasons we're targeting them is because of this innovation of maintaining the stability of the staff. Now, I think we would love if we could do it in more schools, because, in terms of expanding that stability of staff. But if we can do it anywhere, that is a start. So my thing is we should move forward with this and make a strong case, rather than just kind of, can I please do this, and what will you do later on? We'll have such a case that we're willing to fight them on if they give us trouble.
That's forgiveness versus permission.
When you had to pay back $6 million out of the fund that you don't have, and no offense, and it sounds wonderful, and I would love to support this. Yeah. But we just settled with the federal government for $6 million because we use money inappropriately, and we do not have a $6 million to turn around, and we're going to spend $7 million now, and then get penalized by $7 million later, and this budget crisis is not going away. And then what are we going to say? Because then we won't have any backup at all. So I agree. Yes, we need to do something, and yes, the class size is important. But if it's going to cost us next year or within, because it's going to be within 2 years, if we're getting audited next year, they're going to come back and say pay this money back. And the bottom line is, no matter how much we may want it, because we did the same argument when we did it for the teachers' retirement. And David stood up here for 3 years, David, and kept saying you can't do it, you shouldn't do it, it's not right. And we kept saying, but we're going to do it because it's the right thing to do, and we want to do it, and we're going to do it. And they came back and said, you know what? You were wrong. And now pay that money back.
No, it's better. It's better than that. We had one very similar to this. We had one regulatory agency tell us it was okay, and we had another regulatory agent silent. I mean, talk about deja vu.
Yeah. Well,
here we are, $6 million. But that's going to help with the federal budget deficit when they find us the $7 million.
We've said we would come back to you with a written statement if we can't produce that.
No, I agree with the written statement because I do believe that if it's in writing, then we have a better chance of defending ourselves and closing those loopholes. And that was my point. I don't disagree with if we can get it in writing, because they should be willing to put this in writing for us and not leave us out there. We heard verbal last time, and they left us out there on the lurch. So what's the board's pleasure? I'm sorry.
Well,
yes, sorry, Mr. Barrera.
Okay, so first of all, what I'm understanding, Mr. DeBeck's amendment is that we approve items 1 and 7 conditional on getting a written statement of approval.
Some version of federal approval. Didn't say it right.
Federal approval. Okay, and I can support that. And the other point that I would make is, while I can support items 1 and 7, I think what Dr. Evans talked about is also important. I believe the rest of this money should be committed to all schools, API 1 and 2, at 90% and above, free and reduced lunch, to do class size reduction. And I think we should ask those schools to come to us with a plan to do that. Now, here's where I'm incredibly frustrated. We're doing this. We're in a position where we're needing to take action on this tonight, because if we don't, we've got teachers from Central, we've got teachers from Balboa, we've got teachers all over the school district that are being accessed right now, and that are going through the post and bid process, and that are needing to make decisions. And if we don't act on this tonight, then we might push teachers into a position where they've got to make decisions that they don't want to make. What they want is to stay at their school where they're committed to. My frustration is that we're having this discussion tonight. And it's a double frustration because, as Mr. Page talked about, we've known for months and months that we're likely to get this amount of money. We've had a good sense of the amount of money that we're going to get. And we've had a good sense about what the parameters were going to be from the federal government about the use of this money. And instead of having this conversation 3 months ago, or maybe even 6 months ago, instead of going through the process, talking to the District Advisory Committee, instead of sitting down with the teachers and going through this process, and what Ms. Zombro just said is so incredibly true that last year, when this district decided to implement this idea, it took an idea about reducing class size, about, at that time, rehiring teachers that had been laid off, about focusing on something based in research that could help schools that need it the most. We turned an idea that had we had every reason to expect we could reach consensus on, and we turned it into a fight. And now we're sitting here in this situation a year later. We've got money in a budget crisis to do something that can be helpful, that all parties should be able to come to the table, that we should be able to work out a very clear set of guidelines about which schools should qualify for these funds and for what purposes. And instead of having that discussion for the past 3 or 4 months, we've been out talking to principals and teachers in this cluster plan, which never came before this board. Never did we have a discussion where we said, yeah, go off and have a discussion with schools about developing plans in clusters that apparently were going to be competitive with each other for use of this Title I money. Never did that. So we turned a process that should have been bringing us together at a time of a financial crisis a year ago and turned it into a fight. And now we went through this process where we wasted everybody's time for the past several months, to the point that tonight we've got to make decisions that are pitting some schools that should be getting this money against other schools that should be getting this money. That is not the way this district needs to do business. That's it.
I'm sorry.
That is why.
With all due respect,
hold on a second. Hold on a second, Dr. Morris. This is why, when we get to this later discussion about Operational Expectation 3, I am going to vote not compliant. We have not been compliant in our treatment of stakeholders. So here we are tonight. So yeah, I support the motion as amended by Mr. DeBeck. I'll support that right now. I would then make a further motion that we focus the rest of the money on schools at above 90% free and reduced lunch at API 1 and 2.
Let's do the first.
So let's do the first motion now. But again, I'm just registering my frustration, disappointment, and frankly anger at the fact that we're here tonight having this confused conversation when we're up against timelines that we could have been dealing with months ago.
And again, with all due respect, I do have to say to you, we just got information in a draft form on the waivers 4 days ago. 4 days ago. We just got the full regulations not too much long ago. We have actually been working on many of these things, the thinking maps. That was part of a group of teachers and staff who got together to think about that. So this just didn't happen overnight, and we have been going through a process. Now, not as timely as you may want, and I'm not going to disagree with that, but I really can't sit here and take the fact that we haven't been thinking through this and involving people. Now, we've made mistakes along the way, and I will agree with you on that. But I will also say to you that we haven't gotten the guidance from both the federal government and the state. We had somebody come in about a month and a half ago who's supposed to be the Title I expert who couldn't even respond to our questions. And actually, David, we had somebody come to their meeting and they asked questions and she goes, "I'll have to get back to you." So I do understand your frustration.
It's fair enough, Dr. Morris, but at the same time that we didn't have this information that you just talked about, we were out having these conversations with clusters. How were we having those conversations when we didn't have the information that we're talking about?
We were having conversations about thinking maps. We were having meetings about math interventions that are on this list. We were having meetings about the reading intensive teachers. We were seeking ideas and information to be able to bring to you. So we have done those. Maybe not in the way that meets your needs and the others, and I apologize for that. But I don't think it's fair to say that we haven't had a broader discussion. This was just not the staff thinking up ideas, and I can show you that, and I apologize for reacting the way I am, but I just need to say this just didn't happen overnight, and that's all I can say.
The motion on the floor is to approve item number 1 and item number 7 with the contingency that item number 7 has some kind of confirmation from the federal government that we can use Title I funds in that particular way, preferably written. But okay, please vote. That passes 4-1. Okay. There was Dr. Morris. You're not done yet. You and your crew.
I want to make a motion before Dr. Morris comes
up. Okay. I have to do the next one.
Well, the thing is that there were other items here, and you were not going to discuss any of those other items. You just wanted those.
Those are just here for your consideration.
Okay.
We can discuss them with you at a later time.
Okay, very good. I just want to make sure.
One of the issues that I would like to speak to is this issue of using the funds to lower class size in other Title I schools. I think that's very worthwhile as a strategy if you believe that it's going to improve student academic performance. Just the research on this, I know what Mr. DeBeck has to say about it, and I respect Mr. DeBeck, but the research on this is relatively clear. To have small class sizes, it needs to be on an average of 17, 16, 15 to 1. It needs to be kindergarten, first, second, or third grade, or first, second, and third grade, and it needs to be over an extended period of time. Doing this for 1 year or 2 years, without doing that, you're not going to get academic bang and return on your dollars for this type of intervention strategy. And again, please feel free to talk with your researchers at USD or San Diego State or anywhere else. You're going to get, even though we sat here and heard the teachers tonight talk about the increases that they saw, where you're going to really see those increases is after those kindergarten children have been in a 15, 16, 17 to 1 class size in kindergarten, first and second grade.
As cohorts.
As cohorts with that third grade. So yes, I'd love to see, if we sat here and knew that we can get dollars, that we can come back later on in years 3, in years 4, and implement this in other schools. I think that's a great strategy if you're trying to improve student academic performance. If there may be other ways in more creative ways in working with teachers and working with principals to come up with, in terms of strategies to spend those dollars that might be more beneficial to students, is all I'm saying.
Okay, Ms. Barrera.
So I'd like to make...
She wanted to speak.
I had that, sorry, Richard, I asked earlier. Yeah, I just would like to also make sure that the record is really clear. First of all, a couple of things. I'm not voting against all of you out there at Central, all right? So don't take it to heart. I'm really not. But regarding when we did this last summer, originally we looked at the research, and the original plan was to have it go district-wide, that it'd be 15-1, K through 3, and that would have been equitable throughout the entire district. And I think we would have seen the resources. We had a plan. We had more money at that time, and of course the economic climate has changed severely. But that study wasn't only out of Kentucky. It was also had been tested in other areas, and areas that had issues of biliteracy, as we do here. So, it's not a faulty plan. I think that it's something that we could have all agreed with and that we could have worked with. But it is at this time, I'm not comfortable when I'm asking some schools to go to 24-1, to have other schools go 15-1, and I'm also very uncomfortable that we're not looking at this API, which you all asked to stay here, and do we bump ahead of everyone else, but we didn't look at the academic information. Where are our schools that really need our help? And we didn't look at this API report before we made any of these decisions. And I think that instruction and our mission here in San Diego should drive the decision, at least in some measure, of what we're doing with this money. And well, not even, I think it should come first, the instruction of our students and the welfare of our teachers and the equity. I just don't think it's fair. Especially, it was one thing when classes were 20-1 to take it down to 15-1. It's another when we're pushing class size up to 24-1, and then we're going to have a group of students, of schools that are going to be 15-1, and then we don't really have any evidence that this is the best instructional, long-term bang for our buck, that this is the best use of money. We just simply haven't had that conversation. So, I first of all, I want to make sure that 4-1 vote didn't bother you all as much, but I also, and I do want to say, we do know that staff has been working on this for an awfully long time, and they've been, trying to come up with innovative things that met the needs of the district, met the needs of the board, the needs of the crisis, of this budget crisis, and yet still looked after the instruction of the children. I'm not going to vote. I'm not in support of any of this because I don't think we've had the proper conversation. And we've been driving how we can say that this staff has not worked hard enough when we've had a board meeting practically every week, sometimes 2 times a week, ever since about January. I don't know much more we could ask out of them. We've about driven them into the ground. So, at any event, I'm not really comfortable with any of this, and it's not driven by instruction, and I don't think that it should necessarily be driven strictly by levels of poverty either. I feel very strongly, and I have from the beginning, that a child that's in a 40% school with poverty is just as poor. Their parents, the free and reduced lunch standard is so low for those families, and we've got more and more of them in our schools across this district as families are facing economic crisis from losing their homes, losing their jobs, and in many cases, because what do married couples argue about most? Money. Losing their marriages and their families. So we've got an increasing number of those schools, and we're not looking after those kids. So I don't believe in the 90 percentile formula that's throwing money there is really going to get after what we need to do with instruction.
Very quickly, Superintendent.
All right.
Mr. Barrett
Yes,
wants to make a motion.
The Department of Education, Secretary Duncan, President Obama has been very clear. This money they expect to be targeted at the 5% of your lowest performing schools, not necessarily the lowest 5% of your poorest schools,
That's right.
but your lowest performing academic schools. Secretary of Education has made it very clear that there's this much money and more that he has in reserve in what he calls a competitive fund, Race to the Top. And he's also made it very clear, and I happen to believe him, you can choose whether to believe him or not, that's your choice, that he will make and his staff will make the decisions about who receives those type of competitive grants based on whether or not this money does go towards the 5% of your lowest performing schools, and if in fact it is spent in some innovative and creative ways. I happen to believe that spending the dollars on class size reduction in 15 to 1 in those 12, 14 schools, I believe is a good thing. If we can get the approval, and I hope and believe we can. I think there's some other ways to spend some of that money in innovative and creative ways by working with teachers and working in schools in those low-performing schools. Now, that's what I would ask that you just simply give thought to. You're going to be the ones that's going to approve this, not the staff. And let us have an opportunity to try to go back and make right and work with people to come up with a proposal to present to you. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, Mr. Rivera, please.
Well, what I'd like to do is, first of all, recognize that we've got about $3 million left after the motion that we just passed. We've got very, very limited resources, and therefore those resources need to be targeted.
Mr. Barrera, I'm just wondering your numbers. I mean, really, a point of clarification, because we've got number 1 is $3.5 million.
Number 7 is 7.
Is $3.5 million, and then that $13.5 million. We didn't vote for number 2.
No. All we had was
number
13.
1 and 7.
We noted which
all
is
we had was 13.5. When we had
$10 million.
Right. We yes, thank you very much, because we didn't have the whole 16 million. We had some set asides. After set asides, it was down to 13.7.
Right. So it's whatever the math is. It's less than $5 million. $3 million something, I think, is correct. Yeah. So what I'd like to see is that we do target schools in program API 1 and 2. That we do set a 90% threshold of free and reduced lunch, and that we ask the school site councils then, who would qualify for that money, to come back to us with a plan about how they're going to use that money to improve the academic achievement of kids.
Well, okay.
Yeah. So, I'm not necessarily, I'm happy to make that as a motion. I'm happy to have that as a discussion, for the next meeting. But I believe that that's the direction that we should take.
I think if staff had the opportunity to have that as a discussion at your next meeting, that way we could have the opportunity to bring back the names of schools, what schools you're talking about, what space they have, et cetera, et cetera. The other piece is, how many schools does that mean? And if you divide that number of schools into $3 million, is that enough money to make a difference? Now, I can tell you, frankly, how serious I get about this thing with class size reduction and 14, 15 to 1. This might upset some of you, might upset some of the staff, but I feel strongly enough about it that it wouldn't bother me if we took the majority of our Title I money and we spent it for that purpose. Because I can tell you, I believe in most school districts and urban districts in this country, over the last 5 years, Title I money has not been spent wisely. I've heard David talk about that. I've heard other people talk about it. And I have great faith in the power of small class sizes when it's done right.
All right. Okay, Mr. Barrera made his statement. Board member, what's your pleasure? Mr. DeBeck wanted to comment.
Well, I'd rather spend the money on the training of the site councils in the first place. See, we're talking about a $3 million window here, approximately.
Right.
This is 2.9 is the budget that's been placed here to do the training for school site councils. Well, it seems to me like the missing ingredient is that very thing. We're basically, we could say, well, we don't want to make any decisions, and so we'll just take all the money. Now we're giving them the right from all that money we took to make decisions. But then how do they know that they're making decisions in a wise way if they haven't had training?
What I would propose, if that's okay, would be that we add what Mr. Barrera has said, as much as the superintendent suggested, add that to the list and discuss all of these at the next meeting.
I agree.
For the remainder.
All right. That sounds equitable. That sounds okay. So staff, you have your items that you wanted us to look at.
Yep.
The only one that we didn't take up was you asked about the waivers. And could you explain to us what about the waivers? Can
Basically,
you do that next time, or
what happens with waivers is unless we apply for a waiver,
what are we waiving?
We are waiving having to set aside money that goes into transportation. is primarily what we're set aside. A certain part of your Title I money has to be under law set aside to provide transportation to and from schools other than your home school if you are in program improvement. And so what we're asking is, versus taking the $16 million and having to set aside 20% of it or 15% of it as we do with Title I, which we don't think if you did that we would spend it for that purpose and it would just roll over. So we can ask for a waiver so that we don't have to do that, and then those dollars are available for you to spend on other things.
Wait a minute before you do that. You're not. We already just got through with this first thing, number 2, restoring our Title I as it was. That included some transportation, right?
No.
Because, well, you mean our Title I plan did not have in it any way to meet the requirements?
No.
The federal government says that if you're in a school of improvement that you get to go somewhere else?
No, it did. We had to do the 20% set aside for Title I, but the $3.5 million that we lost would have ended up coming out of the schools because we have to maintain the set aside. So this money actually goes back into the schools so that they don't lose any dollars.
They don't lose any dollars, but we also didn't do away with the mandated part of the transportation in the basic. In the basic.
Right.
Now what you're saying is there's an additional requirement on the extra supplemental money, and that's the waiver that you want.
That's the way we're requesting, because if we don't request that waiver...
What you're saying is that of this impact money or the special funds that we're getting for recovery, that we're not going to want to use any of that recovery money for transportation.
Correct.
All right, and what the assumption is that we won't need it.
Right.
Correct.
Because there won't be that many parents that invoke that need, that they want to invoke that.
Correct. And
that's still a risk. But then if they do it, and then we say we don't have the money, we can't turn them down under the regular Title I provisions either, can we? If we provide the money for some, we can't deny it to the others.
No, I think what you heard us also say earlier today is that we also, or you didn't hear us say it, you heard one of the presenters say, for example, that in Denver, that they were running buses across the district like we do that have 15 kids on it. And if we have more kids that want to participate in school choice, we feel comfortable that those 64 passenger buses would have more than enough space for them.
Except that means you can prescribe what schools are going to, but that isn't a provision under the requirement. They can choose their school.
We can give them two choices of schools. We can limit their choices.
Okay. So I'll move that we ask for the waiver.
Got a motion? Second? If no more discussion?
This is on the waiver alone.
The motion is for us to ask for a waiver, not to set aside 20% of the stimulus Title I money for transportation.
Okay, now I just want to talk about something else that Richard said.
That passes 5-0. Okay, so on this particular item, Mr. DeBeck, is there any more conversation on item GO2?
That happens to be there's some leftover money in that pot which he wants to spend.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I think we need to have some alternatives to come back that give us more than, let's say, the 95%, because I personally believe that there are a number of schools within the district that are receiving Title I kids that need some support that are not just 95% schools. And so we'll have this argument for a million years, but the point of it is that the minute you say that we're going to take it, we already got a 75% threshold. We already agreed to that, which is pretty concentrated compared to...
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't. We did with item 2. It says 75%.
We just did 1 and 7. We did 1 and 7.
We can't afford this whole menu. We can only choose one from column A and one from column B.
So then we've got 1 and 7, and then we've got an additional amount of money which we can still consider.
It ought to be focused on the 5% of your lowest performing schools.
But that's 5% of the lowest performing schools, not the 95% poverty.
That's right, which are frequently the same.
We need to see that report.
I think the board's direction, Superintendent, at the next meeting when you bring this back, please bring back several options, including what Ms. Barrera has said here tonight.
And those options will be based on the fact that it's 3.7 million, whatever it is.
3.183333.
Okay,
I got
that's how much.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We are done with that particular item. Thank you for your...
Now, 8 o'clock, or 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Okay, we need to take up item H01 because people have waited a long time
No,
for...
G01.
No, H01. I asked if I can move 2 items out of sequence.
We have a deadline too, don't we? We have a timeline. We got to close the meeting up at a given time. Remember our board bylaws?
Yeah, the board bylaws are that, we have to, that's true.
Okay.
Unless we vote to extend it.
Okay, all right. Okay.
None of this is
board members, it is now at the hour of 10 o'clock. We have not concluded today's business. What is your pleasure, please?
Good next meeting.
I move that we postpone it until the next meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
Because our librarian is dead.
Okay. So we have a motion to... We understand.
Except for public comment. How's that? I mean, on the agenda item.
Yeah, we'll do public comment.
Okay.
In fact, that's what I was going to suggest.
We have a motion to roll this meeting, to continue this meeting at the next
official board meeting,
which is next week.
The 21st.
Which is next week.
Well, I'd like to amend that to include, if someone is here to address an agenda item, they should be able to address it now, even if we don't make our decision tonight.
Okay, so superintendent and staff, you can speak now or forever hold your peace. What the motion on the floor and seconded is that the remaining items be carried over to next week's meeting.
Yes, ma'am. There's only been one item that I see, and maybe I'm wrong, on the consent agenda that we've had a speaker to want to address. That would be a very quick item. There's some items on that Chuck just said were time sensitive from staff, but I've not had any requests from board members for additional information or to pull an item.
I need to pull an item.
Yeah, I personally was going to just a motion that we just go ahead and approve the superintendent's consent agenda and then move on to the rest of the meeting. But if you're going to put all the consent back on again, we're going. That's another action. We could, in the time it takes to extend the meeting, we could just vote.
You know what? In 6 years, how often have I ever pulled anything off the consent agenda? I think that the parcel tax I-03.
Okay, all but that.
Okay, wait a minute. The motion on the floor currently that has been seconded is that we carry all items over to next week. That is the motion on the floor.
Fine.
Okay? And with the exception of if we have public speakers for any item that is waited to speak, that they be allowed to address the board.
We have a time matter. I got to speak to the motion then.
Okay. I'm giving it right now.
The reason I'm saying what I'm saying is because some of you know that that the donation to handle the turf at the La Jolla Muirlands issue is time sensitive, and that if that doesn't happen, we lose $600,000.
Well, pull it off and vote on it.
So the reason why I said let's do the consent agenda is because that happens to be on it. Okay? So if we just say put it off, what we're going to do is give away the right for ours to
I vote to amend the agenda except for those items that people want pulled, which I want the parcel tax pulled. If anyone else has anything else they want to pull, they can add it to my amendment.
Your amendment is to
approve the consent agenda.
Oh, to approve the consent agenda.
With the exception of the one you want to pull?
With the exception of the one that I want to pull and any others that anyone else wants to pull.
I second that.
Okay.
So that
to approve the consent agenda.
Staff can stop having its heart attack now. All right. So, all right. Collectively over there.
What's the motion?
The motion is that we table everything until next week. The amendment to the motion is that we do the consent agenda tonight.
With the exception of the parcel tax and the exception of anything else that you would like pulled or anyone else wants pulled.
But that's mean you're going to deal with it
But I assume
tonight.
that's... Yeah, we would deal with it. No, you don't have to deal with it. If we pull it, then it gets dealt with the next time.
Oh, okay, very good.
All right? So it's just the consent agenda is a quick consent. We can get that done.
Okay,
and then everything else we do later.
So the amendment is that we go ahead and do the consent agenda minus any items that may need to be pulled for discussion.
For next time.
For next time.
Right.
Okay, so let's vote.
I second the amendment.
The amendment. Okay, so let's vote on the amendment first. The amendment is to do the consent agenda minus any items that are pulled.
Okay, we need to start
Can you clear? Okay, all right.
So your consent agenda items you've pulled are 2 and 3 because you have speakers in.
Okay.
Is that correct?
And then any other ones that we want to pull?
Well, yeah, I suppose so.
But let's see if they vote for this, and then we'll start pulling items.
Okay, the personnel actions are.
Okay, that passes 5-0. That's on the amendment. Okay, so board members, are there any agenda items that you want to have pulled?
I-03.
I-03 is pulled.
Anything else?
Anything else? We have speakers on I-02 and I-03. Okay. All right. So I-02 as well. Okay. All right. Now, the original motion was that we table everything else till next week's meeting.
No, but that was the, well...
Except for the agenda items.
We don't table them, we vote on the consent agenda.
We're going to do the consent agenda.
Okay,
That's what we're about to do.
Right.
On the
but the
remaining
API
items.
report, what's remaining? We've got the API report. I think is the only thing remaining, right?
Hold up. Let's just do the consent agenda first.
Okay.
Can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
The operations.
With the exception of the one item.
It's 2 that's been pulled.
Well, but that's ratification
and
of
I-03.
certificated actions. That means they've already taken anyway. They've been ratification means we already did it.
Consent agenda. Okay. All right.
So why you pull it?
We're also grudging.
Why don't we ask if the speaker's here for I-02?
Okay. All right. I-02 has 2 speakers, Saeed, and...
This is the vote for the consent agenda, right? Absent the 2 items. So are you in favor of the consent? That's what we're voting on. Only
voting on the consent agenda minus the 2 items that we have speakers on, yes.
Okay. So the staff can...
That wasn't the motion.
We can accept $600,000. That was the motion. It was too. John, it was. It was.
John, go vote.
This is so you can get your turf. All right.
We'll review the tape later.
I just want us to pull an item that I don't remember us pulling.
I pulled I-03. I didn't pull I-02, but traditionally
we have a speaker on 2.
We have a speaker.
That doesn't mean it's pulled.
That's true.
Okay.
Well, we didn't give him a
So
chance.
who moves to pull it?
I moved to pull it because there's a speaker on it. Once that speaker is done, thank you. Okay, that passes 5-0. So the speaker for I-02, is that speaker here?
There's a speaker for I-03 too on Benton.
And so the speaker for I-02 is not here. Speaker for I-03. Okay, then I-03 has 2 speakers. Lonnie Lutar and Eric Christensen.
But
we're not voting.
We're not voting on it. But we said we would let the people that were here to speak.
Since they've been here for 6 hours. Right. Although I would like it on record, we've been here since 8:30 this morning, so
it's okay.
You can all feel sorry
and
for
yourself.
yourself.
We're gonna let you speak too. We're gonna do that next. Please.
Good evening.
Violating our bylaws for that.
Thank you for being patient. Please speak.
Lonnie Luchar, representing the San Diego County Taxpayers Association. I am here to express our strong opposition to this proposal for a consultant agreement for $130,000 to pursue a feasibility study of a proposed parcel tax. Set aside for a moment why this parcel tax might be inappropriate for substantive reasons, and let's just talk politics for a moment. You're talking about a $130,000 study to determine whether to move forward with this parcel tax, and yet we just had an election in May in which voters made it clear that now in these extraordinarily difficult economic times, they're not willing to support a tax increase. Okay, sure, that was at the state level, but let's look locally. Chula Vista, what was the result of their sales tax increase measure? Sandag has been contemplating a sales tax initiative now for several years. They, too, have also postponed their proposal till 2012. I think that there's plenty of evidence there. You don't need to hire a high-priced consultant to tell you that now, even next June, next November, is still not an appropriate time to be pursuing a parcel tax. Now let's talk about the substance of a parcel tax. A parcel taxes are extremely regressive, and for that reason, we would have a lot of concerns. We are also adamantly opposed to the concept outlined within the RFP that the consultant would coordinate to lower the threshold for parcel taxes to 50% or 55%. We are adamantly opposed to that concept, and we would vocally advocate against such an effort should you pursue to move forward with this contract. And now, there's also Proposition S. We were very concerned that you pulled a bait and switch on the commitment that was made to the public and to our board of directors in regards to the downtown school. We haven't forgotten about that. The same board has failed to approve a labor agreement which would benefit taxpayers and the district during these extraordinarily difficult and dismal economic times. We look at track record when we consider a tax proposal. And I can tell you right now that if you were to come to the association to ask us to support our tax increase, our response would not only be no, it would be hell no. So I just want to make that really clear. These are not normal times. People are losing their homes, losing their jobs, and the district just got a tax increase proposed last year. You need to cut taxpayers a break right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Christensen? He's not here. We will do the public speakers right now. Do we have any more on other items that we're tabling till next week?
H1.
Okay, H1. We'll take public speakers for H1.
And also, we skipped a G01, which is an instructional report.
Public speakers for anything. Okay.
Is I0.
So we
I
have
still want the API
Pamela
report.
Thompson, Mark Capitelli,
Mr. Brzee says something.
Markin. Yes.
I'm just to make sure it's clear. Is I02 still pulled, even though there was no speaker on it? I don't think you voted on that one.
Thank you. That's a good catch.
That's a good catch. There is no speaker, so we can go ahead and.
So moved.
Okay. Second, please vote.
Thank you.
Okay. I03, do we want to move that one?
No, that's been tabled.
You're going to table it to next week?
That's tabled to next week.
All right. Mark Capitelli, Pamela Thompson, Markinson Johnson, Raul Mora. Please come forth and... Oh, blue sheet. I'm sorry. Blue sheet. Sally Smith, Camille Zamaro. Okay?
3 to 1.
Whomever want to come up and speak.
Mark Capitelli, Vice President of San Diego Education Association, 10393 San Diego Mission Road. I want to set a couple of things straight here. I feel Richard's anger and frustration that he expressed earlier, because until the atmosphere changes in administration, they start thinking not just administration and staff, which when I hear they're talking about people in this building, they need to start thinking about the people to talk to are the people that live in the schools and work in the schools, and go to them and find out what you need. You're talking about $20 million almost that you trying to figure out ways to spend it. And it reminds me of the times always at the end of the year when you've got this money left and everybody's frantically running around trying to, let's buy a copier, let's buy books, let's do this. That's what it sounds like. I need to set one other thing straight, and that's about the clusters, the grouping thing that we had. We were told at Webster, which was part of one of the clusters, that there was this money that was going to be spent on a cluster. There were going to be 4 of them competing for this money. We were supposed to come up with a plan as part of a cluster to submit. Somebody would decide and they would get the money. A couple of people went from our school, the principal and a teacher, met with some other people. A little while later, we get this plan back, and I did some quick math on it, and the plan would have cost more just for our cluster than the money that you were talking, or the district was talking about. Extended to 200 days, a whole bunch of other stuff. So it was like, why are we spending our time doing stuff like that? The board didn't even know about it. We're just wasting time. That's the kind of frustration and anger that teachers feel over and over again. I've spoken to you 7 times. The first time was almost 11 years ago. There's only one person left from that board, Mr. DeBeck, when I first spoke to you. The superintendent was Mr. Burson. I was here to receive an award that Mr. Burson presented. I thanked the board and said that the greatest thing that they could do to honor me was to listen to teachers and educators. And now I'm back with a different title. I'm older, but still a teacher who wants the very best for his students and sees the potential for greatness, not just in his students, but in the educators and support employees who toil for children and are all but ignored by their employer. We have had many conversations between us, coming together in times like the fire, disagreeing in times of stress, joyful at hiring a new superintendent, and sorrow at pink slipping 900 of my colleagues and laying off countless support personnel. I ask your indulgence since I got to work at 6:45 this morning and I'm still here. What we still have not done, more than 10 years after I first spoke with you, is to create a climate of trusting your educators and of educators trusting their employees. This transformation must start at the top, but it also must permeate down to the administrators in the field. There are too many now who talk the talk of learning communities and working collaboratively, but don't walk the walk of valuing the educators and support personnel they lead. If that direction does not come from the school board, it won't happen in the superintendent, and it won't happen at school sites. We hear that Superintendent Greer is a reformer, but when it comes to his educators, the reform movement only means more top-down. True educational transformation is not when someone says reform means lowering the dropout rate. Educational transformation happens when a superintendent and a board, on their own initiatives, they say to their educators, we want to lower the dropout rate. How do we do it? Does reform mean also that you want to take on the dropout rate of educators? For years I have heard that the district cares about why young teachers leave. Show me the research that this district has done to find out why their teachers are leaving for other districts or other professions. I dare to say it hasn't been done, and you don't ask people that leave. Walk around my school, Webster Elementary, with me, and ask young teachers how they feel about the profession they chose. Does it still shine with promise, or has it become tarnished by an exhausting workload of a job that can no longer be done under such demanding conditions with little support from administration? What it does mean is what does it mean to be an educational transformer? A good reformer is clear on what the goals of reform are. I have read in various periodicals that San Diego Unified and its superintendent are committed to reform or are reformers. I cannot stand here tonight and tell you or explain to you what the reforms are in a clear message that we are undertaking in San Diego Unified. Improve the dropout rate? That's not a reform. That's an outcome that one would hope to improve by reforming or changing various aspects of our system. Reform is not good just because it is reform. It takes work to develop common goals and buy-in from parents and students and your employees. That's true transformation. That's what we're looking for. It takes leadership from a board and administration that values its employees. That's true transformation. There is not a single educator who does not want to be a better educator, be a counselor or a nurse or any of the many jobs that I've probably forgotten, or just a teacher. Transform the system, open your ears and listen with them. Start that at the top, believe it, value it, and let it trickle down to the schools.
Both Raul Mora and Markson Johnson had to go home. They started work at 7 o'clock this morning. They'll have to be back at work at 7 in the morning.
Who and home?
Huh?
You said who? Johnson and who?
Markson Johnson and Raul Mora.
Okay, very good.
Raul has 3 small kids, a wife and a dog. Markson has a wife and a dog.
It's fine. I just need to know.
And they have the 6th grade versus the teachers and kickball tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'm Camille Sombra. I'm proud to serve as president of the San Diego Education Association. It's hard to speak right now because I'm really angry. And I've learned in organizing trainings that the word anger comes from a Celtic word that means loss. And when people are angry, it's because something that they value has been lost. In my role as SDEA president, I regularly visit schools and programs across the district. During the 2008-09 school year alone, I have attended 190 site SDEA meetings, listening to and working with thousands of SDEA members. This is in addition to regular meetings with elected site representatives, parents, and leaders across the community. But while SDA was not ironically asked for any participation on evaluating the district's treatment of stakeholders, I wish to speak about the way the whole district, not just the superintendent, has repeatedly disappointed the thousands of members of SDEA over just the last year. Rather than editorialize, I'm going to read you a partial list of facts and events which have taken place in the last year. During the 08-09 school year, SDEA members have reported that the various new standardized tests added to their teaching day are taking up as much as one entire month of instructional time. Classroom teachers were not involved in the selection of these assessments. Teachers and certificated staff are not meaningfully involved in critical decisions about class size, a mandatory subject of bargaining, curriculum, assessment, special education, and other areas which impact our students. Some examples include the cluster plans, unilaterally implementing 15-to-1 class sizes, and threatening to close and reopen Hoover High School and Emerson Bandini Elementary, among others, with no input from parents or key stakeholders. Members also report that the new assessments, curriculum, technology requirements, and program changes have increased their workload well beyond the stated 40-hour work week in our contract. Special educators alone report an average of a 55 to 60-hour work week just to keep up with new requirements. Neither SDEA members nor leadership were involved in decisions leading to this increase in our workload. SDA has filed 5 unfair labor practice charges with the PERB, primarily for bargaining-related issues. The PERB has issued complaints on all of the ULPs which have been reviewed, and in the over 90 years of our existence, SDEA has never seen so many ULPs filed in one single calendar year. In October, the superintendent launched a campaign to have employees sign a code of ethics with no prior notice to SDEA in violation of members' rights to due process. The SDEA contract expired over 1 year ago. The negotiations have been stalled with changes to the district spokesperson, fluctuating financial information, and other issues well within the district's control. Negotiations have not gone on this long since the 1995 contract, which was not settled until the 1996 strike. SDEA currently has 8 grievances moving to arbitration with great time and expense to both our organizations. There were no grievances moved to arbitration under the previous administration of Carl Cohn. Since October of 2008, in my capacity as SDA president, I have chosen not to regularly meet with Superintendent Greer because of his pattern of falsifying the content of our meetings and misstating the positions of SDEA. The last time we spoke, amid significant budget and personnel issues, he called to ask for our input on what to put on billboards. The superintendent has consistently mischaracterized SDEA, organizational positions, and our leaders in the media, public meetings, meetings with stakeholders, written communications with district employees, and in discussions with board members. I can provide a lengthy list of specific examples at your request. When you talk about our union, it's important to keep in mind that I am not our union. SDEA is comprised of over 8,000 people who work with children every day in every school across the district. I'm just the person who's honored with speaking on their behalf. It's with great sadness that SDEA is forced to conclude that the district's track record has driven SDUSD deeper and deeper into dysfunction. And tonight was a really good display of that. And that's something our district, our communities, and our students cannot afford. If you want a good read and a reminder of what it is that we stand for, go back to our initial bargaining proposal that we gave you over a year ago. You might be surprised to find that maintaining class size and reducing K-3 class size to 16-to-1 in all decile 1 to 3 schools was on our initial bargaining proposal. It was our idea first, and not just elementaries in grades 1, 2, and 3, upper grades, middle schools, and high schools. Last thing I want to leave you with is that there are life and death decisions that you make. You have the opportunity to do something that really matters. Earlier this year, I lost one of my kids from Baker. He was killed on the corner, the same corner where they're going to have the party tomorrow and celebrate the end of the year at Baker. The class sizes that we have, the kids that slip through, they don't just... If all that happened was they didn't quite read on grade level, that's one thing. But they're dying. And you don't see, none of you get that. None of you have visited the number of schools we have visited. None of you have been on the ground. None of you have these kids slipping through your fingers. Not one of you. And for you to have the audacity to think that 15-to-1 at 14 schools is going to make a difference is appalling. It's appalling.
What about our middle school kids, our upper elementary? You haven't had one conversation with these other 13 schools or any of the other schools that are dealing with these challenges. And for you to be up here making these decisions absent any real or meaningful discussion, it's appalling.
Okay, is Pamela Thompson here? Okay. Then that's all the public comments that we have. We have one more. Oh, I'm sorry. Yasmin?
Okay, Yasmin Bosin, 381 Rita Courts, San Diego, California, 92113. I'm here I went to a meeting and my frustration was that Lincoln High School is in a great need of mental, dental, and medical services. The administrative team has been working with the UCSD School of Medicine and San Isidro Health Center to develop a clinic at Lincoln and provide free service to Lincoln students. For a reason I do not understand, there has been a delay. The original plan was to bring services through a mobile unit in May, June, July, August, and September with the understanding that the school clinic would be in place by October 2009. I would like to request the board and superintendent look into the matter and expedite the process so that mental, dental, and medical service are provided to our students from the beginning of the school year 2009-10. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll look at that. I think it's an RFP, but we'll look and find out what it is.
I'm sorry, but I just had a question. How did you discover that was a proposal to do the clinic?
Because they talked about it a few months ago at Lincoln High School, and tonight I got a meeting with the steering committee, Gates Foundation steering committee, and they mentioned that, and they mentioned also that they already gave you their request, and they haven't heard anything from you guys.
I don't know about it. I'm just one of 5 board members. I'm sorry, but this is brand new information to me. We had a long-term discussion years ago. These guys weren't around, but about establishing a clinic at Hoover. Okay, and that was a major debate and major discussion about how it would serve the community, what its role was in the community, and what the school's connection with the clinic was. I have sat here all this time, and you're telling me something I know nothing about as far as the Lincoln School. So now, I may have my problems with Gates, but my point is I don't understand where the money was ever coming from. Or if it was just a proposal that was being discussed, which was never funded.
Well, they're going to fund the UCSD and San Isidro clinics are going to fund it. I mean, they're going to fund everything. And they told me that you guys got the proposal on hand, and they haven't heard anything from you. But now that you're telling me this, that's for sure that tonight, I'm going to send emails. That way you guys get the information that you supposed to be getting a few months ago.
I think one of the problems is you don't get, like, people are working in their schools, principals, whoever, and they're talking about what might make their school better, and they're talking about people's initiatives, like they're affiliated with UCSD, and there's a few folks there, and they're affiliated with some people that are in health departments, county supported health department. Until this board approves a plan to do something or knows about the proposal, the odds are it's not going to happen.
That's what I hear.
So you're coming here to tell us something that's been going on for months.
The Lincoln community's had that discussion, but it's been sent to, I guess, our contracting office to vet it to make sure that it's right. It's on its way to the board, but it has to go through whatever hoops it has to go through. So the Lincoln staff and I guess the clinic has had discussions, but the rest of that has to be vetted through our contract or healthcare or somebody else's office before it comes up to the board for
I don't think
board
that's
vote.
Good. I'd say offhand that initiatives like that are coming from the community and being supported, we have an alert that is being discussed. Whether or not it gets to us or not because of bureaucratic rigmarole, I'll choose my words, then that's okay. I don't mind knowing that there's something being discussed and that I'm going to see it in the future. But what I hate is to have people who come to me and tell me this has been going on for months and I don't know anything about it.
Well, then what we need to do is then every board member, when you give your board comments, need to give a report about what you're discussing in your communities, because other communities, even Point Loma and their prospective charter idea did not come up to the board, and they're working on that. So what happens?
Told me either.
So what happens is that if people are working on items and those items have to be vetted to see if they're even viable or not, they have to go to the right department before it comes to us. And so I'm not quite sure, but Mr. DeBeck, I do appreciate your comments, and maybe we'll find a way to make sure that items in their infancy stage is brought up so that we know that they're...
Well, I've heard rumors that Point Loma Cluster was talking about charters, but I've also told them it's a mistake, and that if they need to, if they need to go around me, that's their choice. But I don't know if it as being I don't think it's an active discussion other than one of many possibilities they're talking about.
Okay. But anyway, it's way past our time. We have the motion to carry these other items over. We were supposed to go back to closed session, and I don't think we're going back to closed session tonight. But is it okay? Is it okay? Very good. Then we are adjourned until the next meeting. Thank you for your patience, everyone.